Okay, see you all. So I will call to order the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of January 11, 2023, our initial meeting of 2023. And ask our secretary to read back the call the roll and to disclose the television announcement.
Thank you,
Do we
Mr.
want to
Chair.
do the Pledge of Allegiance first?
And we do that on Zoom, don't we?
We do.
Okay.
With our imaginary flag.
Right. I don't see it anyplace. Okay. I'll lead it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now, Mr. Villalobos, the roll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Samria, and Arca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bradley.
Here?
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
I see Commissioner Farini, but his
I see him connected,
He's
but maybe he
muted.
just needs to unmute.
They're here.
Thank you. And I believe that we are still missing Commissioner Park, but I am expecting him.
okay, thank you. And do you need to announce the TV coverage?
Oh, I did that already.
Oh, good. Okay. Was I here then? So we will go to our secretary, Mr. Wilson, to give us our agenda status report, and then following that, the projection report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if we could go back to item number 4, we did add this to the agenda, which is the ex-agenda request, basically a report on circumstances of the January 2023 storm state of emergency. It outlines receive and file, the update, the local emergencies, federal, state, and local emergencies have been declared, and determine that the situation as defined by the government code listed on the agenda, that we are going to have a teleconferencing today without complying with requirements of the government code set forth. So I think we do need to have an action to receive and file and make that determination so we can proceed today.
So move.
Do we
Second.
have a
That
second?
was Bradley. So move.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Larry?
Farini.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the action shown on our agenda, item 4. Let's have the roll call, please.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Parks is aye.
Mr. Commissioner Park is here. Commissioner Park. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Are we ready now for your report, Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I can give the report on status of the agenda today. As it currently stands, there's 4 items listed on the standard agenda. Item number 4, staff has requested a continuance on that, as outlined in their memo. And it might be that we could take that item first just to get the continuance done. I'll leave that to the commission to decide. Staff's ready to address that item first if we wanted to, and then we could move into the standard agenda with number 1, 2, and 3 as follows on the agenda. Otherwise, applicants and staff are ready to present on all the other items on the agenda. So that concludes the status of the agenda. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Well, let me just ask my fellow commissioners if there are any questions about the agenda. It is a little bit unusual. I don't see any hands.
We're rusty on Zoom. I've got my little hand raised. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Go ahead.
I'm rusty on Zoom too. Anyway, I just wanted to make a motion to continue item 4 per the noticing faux pas, whatever happened, as recommended in the staff memo yesterday.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we would actually take that up when we get to the standard agenda.
Okay.
We need to read it in the record, and then we can take that motion at that time.
Got it.
I was giving a spoiler alert. Sorry, Commissioner Bradley.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, the next item of business is Mr. Wilson's report on the projection of future meetings.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at the projection report, our next scheduled hearing is on January 25th. There's 2 items listed on that. We have an appeal of a cannabis project in the Coyama area. And then we have another appeal on the same day of a cannabis cultivation project on Long Canyon Road. Moving into February, then we have 2 items on that date. And just to go back, the hearing on January 25th is noted or is listed as a Santa Maria hearing due to the project locations. And then on February 1st, we'll be back in Santa Barbara. And there's an appeal of a cannabis project in the Carpinteria area. And then an appeal of a project on a project in the Goleta area, the Santa Barbara Access Road Maintenance Project. Moving into February 8th, we will be back in Santa Maria for the North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds project. That's the only item on that agenda. However, based on that project, might be okay for that to be the only item. And that is listed as a Santa Maria hearing. And then moving further into the year, February 22nd, we're back in Santa Barbara with 3 items on that agenda. We have a general plan amendment rezone project in the Carpinteria area, a housing project actually on Bailey Road. This is an initiation of a rezone and general plan for the Planning Commission to consider. Then we have a telecom project, and then we have a annual comprehensive plan progress report listed on February 22nd. As of yet, there are no items listed on the March 1st date. We do have item on March 8th, which is another initiation package, which is a project outside of Orchid, which is called Solomon Hills. It's a general plan to rezone application initiation request to the Planning Commission on that date. And moving down on the calendar, nothing in March 29th, and then on April 5th, we have a general plan amendment or policy safety element update wildfire policies that Long Range Planning Division will be presenting on April 5th. That concludes the projection report today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't
Wilson.
know why my camera's not working. It's probably the weather.
We see you. I see you.
I do.
All right, well,
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Wilson on his projection report? I see Commissioner Bradley's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I know we have to get used to it. So the housing element status and progress, is that going to come to us in any kind of just an update as you're progressing through, or as well as the Parks and Rec master plan, which maybe Commissioner Park might be asking about too?
thank you, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. I will leave any updates on that to the Director Plowman and her director report. We're not agendized to talk at length on either one of those projects, but both of those projects are being processed through our department at this time. So I'll let Director Plowman touch briefly on those items in her director's report.
Terrific. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned two different initiation projects, Secretary Wilson, and initiation of rezones or changes in the general plan. And I don't recall us handling a project like that on the 4 or 5 years I've been on the commission. And I would appreciate some kind of a early heads up on citation of just what ordinance provisions and things we look at for that. Those will be big projects, and for me to process a staff report a couple of days before the meeting is not enough time for something like that. I just like somebody to send me an email that says, look at LUDC section so-and-so. And don't send me an early staff report. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for any information on the project per se, but just somewhere to look at to become familiar with things.
Thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. We'll have Mr. Seawards reach out to you with the citations and information. On both of those projects, yes, it's been a while since we've seen an initiation. We'll reach out to you with the information you need to get prepared for that hearing.
Thanks. I will really appreciate that.
Okay. Let's see. That's all the commissioner comments I have. So let's move along to the election of the 2023 Planning Commissioner Chair and Vice Chair. Do we have a motion to elect any one of the commissioners as chair? I will make the motion to elect Commissioner Park as chair for 2023. Commissioner Freeney.
Yeah. Oh, no, Larry
Or-
said.
Commissioner Freeney's ahead. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a roll call.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and one last time, Chair Cooney.
Thank you. Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and then the vice chair position. Do we have a nomination?
Oh,
I thought that
Commissioner
was,
Farini.
okay. So this is all kind of left over from the previous year, and I see Commissioner Bridley shaking her head. Yes, I think I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
So then we would nominate Commissioner Martinez to get him back into the groove of things. Is that what my fellow commissioners are
Yes.
saying too? And
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez, are you okay with me nominating you then?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Yes, then I'd like to nominate Commissioner Martinez for the vice chair position.
Second.
We have a second from, was it Commissioner Park?
Sure.
yes.
Okay. Let's have a roll call on the vice chair position.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commissioner Park, would you like to take over with the next agenda item? Appointment of the Planning Commission Secretary and Recording Secretary?
I guess so. And I'll have to try to remember how to use the raise your hands features and all this stuff.
We'll wave our hands. We'll wave our hands as backup.
All that stuff. Now, I do feel honored that this commission, and I've watched all of you be chairs and you do such great jobs. And so I'm honored that you would elect me, even though I know that you all only really did it because you think I'll talk less if I am the chair. But we'll see about that. I feel it's a little fraudulent representation that I get elected chair and then have to do a Zoom meeting the very first time. That's a form of punishment. But then Commissioner Briley endured it for an entire year, so I can do it for a day. And so thank you all. And let's go on and see who would like to be our secretary this year. I think it might be Mr. Wilson. How do we go about doing that?
I'll make
Chair,
a nomination of Jeff Wilson as our secretary to continue in that position.
Second.
Good. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Just, I would add for the benefit of the motion that Jeff Wilson has done a terrific job in being our secretary. He's always informed and shares that with us. And I can say, working closely with him in the last year, he's been a big help in solving crises as they occur. So I think we're very fortunate to have him continue in that position.
So what's the saying, once more into the breach, because with the issues we're going to have this year, I think he's going to be extra busy, but he's got the talent to do it. So I appreciate it. At this point, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So Secretary Wilson, you're it. All right. Agenda status report. Have we had that already?
Yeah, we're down to recording secretary.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. So
I was hoping you guys forgot.
No.
We
Now
would
this time
never
I
do it.
want to make the motion. I want to make the motion. I have to raise my hand. I have to fight Larry for it. I want to make the motion to elect David Villalobos, our star recording secretary, for another year of service in 23.
well done. And who would like to second this motion?
Commissioner Farini's got his hand up.
I'll
Okay,
second.
go for it.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion?
Again,
Applause. Applause.
Hey, we don't deserve you, Mr. Villalobos. We don't deserve you, but the county does, the public does. So
Well, thank you. Commissioner Cooney,
aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and Chair Park.
aye.
Motion passes 5-0, and thank you.
All right. Now picking up on the agenda.
Chair Park, I think we're to public comment.
Yeah, that's right. We've had the agenda status projection report because I asked questions on them. So do we have any general item public comment? These are things that are not on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I did see a hand raised. I think that Ms. Turner is here for item number 2, but I just want to make sure.
Can you verify?
Ms. Turner?
Hi, this is Jean Turner. I just wanted to make sure that the Garrity Garage conversion project was on the agenda. I didn't hear it earlier.
It is.
Okay.
We'll get
So
to
I
that in a
will
little
stick
while.
around. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr.
All right.
Chair, with that, we don't have any additional speakers.
Okay. Well, let's move on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Do any of you have information reports you'd like to make at this time? I guess not. How about the minutes? Does anyone have any comments on the minutes? And we have both December 7 and December 14 to consider.
With respect to our meeting of the 7th, I will move approval of the minutes as circulated.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? And let's proceed to the roll call vote, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez. Vincent, I think you're on mute.
Mr. Martinez, you there?
We're-
I don't see him.
There you go.
See that?
Well, let's move on. We have a quorum.
And then, I'm sorry, Chair Park.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
Very good. Now, how about the next week's minutes, December 14? Does anyone have any comments on that? Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'll move to approve the minutes of the 14th, Mr. Chair.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Then let's go on to our roll call vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, well, now it's time for our director's report and Board of Supervisors hearing summary. And I think we had a board hearing yesterday. So let's find out.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Thank you for being flexible on the ever-changing set of circumstances that we're faced with regarding storms and whatnot. So we really appreciate that. I wanted to start with thanking Commissioner Cooney for his service as chair over the last year. I deeply appreciate his commitment to the commission. And it's really wonderful to have somebody who's been on the commission so long. He provides a lot of historical information and background, and he has a steady hand as his leadership style, and it's really valuable for staff, and we really appreciate you. So thanks so much for your service.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to working with Commissioner Park this next year. We have a lot on the agenda that will be interesting and exciting. And we always have worked well with both Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park and all the commissioners. And then we will look forward to Commissioner Martinez and his turn at the helm in the next year after Commissioner Park. Again, I'm just going to put a plug in for the Planning Commissioner training that's being held by the Institute for Local Government, February 17th. It's free in our board hearing room. So as we all know, the governor declared a state of emergency for California. I read in the paper that 90% of the state was under some kind of warning watch, whether it was flash flood or mud flows or wind or power outages. It was quite something. Then as Mr. Wilson indicated, a local emergency was declared by our CEO on Monday, and then the board ratified that yesterday. The induction ceremonies for our new board member, Laura Capps, that was postponed, but they did go about their business. I think one of the key things they did yesterday is they're creating an independent standalone IT department for the county. And that was voted on yesterday. And so that will be implemented. And so they will move IT out of general services into its own department. And they have already hired somebody that will lead that department, and he's quite good. So we're looking forward to that. Planning and Development did not have any other items on that agenda, or any items for that matter. The Emergency Operations Center has been activated with these storms. We do have staff in the EOC currently. We're working with the call centers to identify properties that need inspections or structures have been damaged. So far, we've inspected, or we have on our list, 16 structures, and we've inspected 9 of them. The 9 that we inspected were in Orcutt, where we saw quite a bit of damage because of an overflow of a creek, and then that spilled into the detention basin at the corner of Bradley and UVP. That created quite a bit of flooding and mud flow. We have 9 structures that we inspected there. Only 2 received red tags, which means do not enter. Several received yellow tags, which are, enter with caution. You can go in, but there's, sufficient damage. And then there were a few green tags they were cleared. So we also had Kevin Green, our supervising inspector in the south, drive around the Montecito area to the areas that were severely damaged during the debris flow in 2018. And so far, we have had no reports of any structures being damaged. He has seen no structures damaged in his survey of the area. We are still getting calls in for the wide areas of the county. We know there was probably damage in some of the more rural areas that we haven't heard about yet. But as soon as we get the information, people often call into the call center and report that they need an inspection or they need some kind of assistance. There's more damage to public infrastructure. So that's what we're finding. The Public Works Department has been out working on all the public facilities. I know that most of the debris basins filled, except for the Randall Road one, which is the new one that is in Montecito that was put in place after the debris flow. So there's quite a bit of work to do for the county to restore normal operations of our public infrastructure.
Good. I'm in a planning meeting. I'm hoping I can call you back at a break. Okay.
There we go. So we are going to be continuing to work in the EOC as long as it is standing up. We expect another storm to come in over the weekend. Although I heard that it was raining a little bit along the 101 this morning already, but we don't expect a major storm until Friday. And so we're working closely with Public Works, Fire, Sheriff, and all the members of the EOC. We are also standing up our process that we had for rebuilding after the debris flow. So it's great we have a model for that. And we're fortunate that we've seen much, much less damage in this storm. But we'll be working with our residents and property owners to get them through the process to help them assess the safety of their structures, and then they can get a damage assessment by a licensed professional, and then we'll be assigning a planner to them to guide them through the rebuild process. Any questions about the storm and the work that P&D is doing? Commissioner Bradley?
Just quickly, because it's a holdover from the debris flow thing. I know there was a lot of comment about material that had been collected by flood control or other, public works entities and deposited in different locations during the debris flow. And a lot of it ended up at the transfer station. So do you just have any idea about where, with the basins full, where that stuff is going? Do you know?
Yeah, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So some of it will go out to Goleta Beach again, like they did during the 2018 recovery process. That's what I heard from the director of Public Works yesterday. They'll be getting an emergency permit to go ahead and do that. But he didn't indicate the other locations for it. I'm sure they have other locations because they're going to have more debris than they're going to be able to spread at Goleta Beach. But I can update you once I get more information.
And I guess kind of related to that, for owners that maybe aren't even in your queue in terms of emergency repairs, but there's so much silt and there's so much dirt and mud everywhere. Yeah. If they have a bunch of that stuff, are we just relying on the contractor community to help the owners and then dispose of it wherever they can by their own permits? Is that kind of how it goes now?
Generally, that's how it goes. But we are encouraging people, because if we can get funding for people who have been damaged by the storm. So this is important, something I wanted Commissioner Farini to hear about. But for the farming community, we need all the reports of the damage. And I'm going to be reaching out to the Ag Advisory Committee and the Farm Bureau, or Kelly Hubbard will be. We need to know where the damage is, trees down, mud flow, whatever it is. And that way, whether it's in the county or cities, That way we can collect all that information and get as much recovery money as possible. So thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to mention that. I'd forgotten to. The other thing I wanted to talk about that I forgot to make a note about was Ivy Bluffs. So we have been out. Last week we were out. We flew a drone from the previous storms. We saw just a little bit of damage. There was an overhanging patio that was getting cut back this week and a few little things. There was damage to the stairs that access the park. So there have been signs put up along the bluffs and at points of beach access. Don't go on the beach. Don't stand on the bluffs. Don't stand under the bluffs. So CSD has put those signs out. We walked part of the bluff, but the tide was too high and the surf was too strong. So we're going to be waiting till next week to do that. We flew the drone again yesterday. With the fire department, they've been doing that for us, and we'll be looking at that to see if there was any damage from the most recent storm. We haven't seen, based on our quick review of it, I hadn't seen anything, but building and safety is going to be inspecting that. So we're in pretty good shape out on Ivy Bluffs as far as I know today. Any questions? Okay. As far as the housing element, just a quick update for you. The staff has been working diligently and did over the holiday break, and we will be releasing the draft for public review in late January. That's a 30-day public review. Then following that, the county has 10 days to either modify or adjust the housing element based on some of the public comment we've received, if that's necessary. And then it will be submitted to the state for their review. We're working closely with the state to move it along as quickly as possible. In fact, we'll be sending them a draft that we release for the public review. They offered to take a look at it in advance to give us a heads up about any issues or concerns they may have. So we're doing everything we can to move that along as quickly as possible. And we'll keep you apprised of any additional information that you'll need. Then, after we do the state review, we revise. Then it comes to hearings. We'll come to the Planning Commission and then ultimately go to the board for adoption.
Okay.
We're hoping we can minimize the number of reviews with the state. The state has been doing 3 to 4 rounds with other jurisdictions. And so we're being cautious about making sure our document is complete as possible so we can avoid multiple rounds. So we are being conservative and making sure that because we've read letters to other jurisdictions, so we know the issues that are coming up. We have a very skillful and knowledgeable consultant that's helping us. So we are trying to take the right amount of time to make the document as complete as possible to limit the number of reviews, because that will delay when we can get the housing element adopted. In terms of the rec master plan, that's in the works. We've been working with CSD, and there'll be more to come on that, but I don't have anything specific to report at this point in time. We're starting to work with them on the potential changes to the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I just had a quick question on Director Plowman's housing element update. Does the state have a statutory timeline for this next round of reviews?
Meaning?
Do they have a certain number of days that they have to get their comments back to you after you submit it in late January?
The early review that they do, they don't have a statutory requirement because that was just an offer that they gave us. But once we submit it to them, they have 90 days.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, are you done with your report?
I think I am. I don't have any immediate actions that are going to be happening at the board. We have a number of things working through the Planning Commission that will get to the board, but that's where we are today.
And we heard Commissioner Bridley's question. Do any of my other fellow commissioners have questions of Director Plowman at this time on her report? Well, I'd like to make a comment and then elicit a comment from you, further comment, Director Plowman. I think I can safely speak on behalf of the commission and all of our public how much we appreciate your efforts and all of county staff's efforts to address our weather emergencies. I'm always just amazed. I marvel at how quickly everybody moves into action and how well the departments coordinate with each other and back each other up. And it's just very impressive. I marvel at it. And I know it's taken up a huge amount of time in recent days, but what I want to elicit your comment about is the time that's been spent by staff during the Christmas holidays on not only the housing element, but this ordinance we're going to see in front of us today, the objective design standards. Because I know that, we all thought, oh gosh, we'll have our last planning commission hearing of the year, December 14, and now people can kind of take some time off and relax in the holidays. And I knew you went out of state and all that, but then as I would contact people, you were all working like a dog. And I know we had a special board hearing the Wednesday, or no, was it the Wednesday or the Tuesday before Christmas? And things went on from there. So could you just address the enormous amount of time spent? I think people should be aware of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you recognizing that. Yeah, we are housing element team, and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Seawards and County Council all worked very hard over the break, the week with the family-friendly closure to try and move along the housing element, and then to develop the item that's on your agenda today, which is the objective design standard. So they did not get that restful break. I'm hoping to be able to give that to them when we get a little bit of breathing room, particularly on the housing element. But I'm very, very grateful to the hard work that staff has done over the last month. It's been quite something. They've been doing a really, really good job. And so I just appreciate you acknowledging that, and gives me an opportunity to tell them how much I appreciate them publicly.
Well, and I think the public appreciates those efforts, especially during the what should have been the holidays for you, but what really weren't. So, okay, well, thank you. I think now's the time for us to move on to our standard agenda. Let's see. Does anybody want to take a break right now? Or are we okay to move on? Well, then let's move on. Can you read in our first item, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, if I could intercede, I just wanted to ask or see if the commission is interested in moving item 4 to the first agenda as it's a request for continuance.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
Staff's available to answer any questions on that, and they can provide the date for that continuance if the commission wants to go ahead with that one.
Let's do that and get it out of the way. So can you read that one into the record, Mr. Villalobos? Is it item 4?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The
Chair Park, it seems Mr. Freeney or Commissioner Freeney has a question.
Sorry.
He's doing
it. Speak up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Seward. Yeah, I know that Commissioner Bradley had made the motion earlier to move this. I was just seeing if that was the order we wanted to go, Mr. Chair, but you've already made it, so let's move on.
Well,
Let's try. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
And so we had a motion, and then did we have a second? I can't recall.
I don't think, but I'll restate the motion to continue it to the.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could interject again, sorry, I'm being that guy today. You reappoint me, and I just can't help myself. So if Mr. Villalobos, I think if he could read in the record first, and then we can take the motion, and then we need to have public comment on the continuance.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Secretary Wilson.
I knew they'd try to mess with me the minute I was elected.
The following is a hearing on the request of Island Drift LLC, DBA The Annex, to consider case numbers 21 CUP 23 and 21 DVP 23, as well as State CEQA Guidelines Section 15168 C4 checklist for commercial cannabis land use entitlement and licensing applications. And
All right.
just to move things along, I haven't received any requests for public comment on this item.
And we should probably ask if we had any ex parte contacts on this item, and in particular on the continuance of the item. Commissioner Freeney?
Yes, thank you, Chair Park. Yes, the applicant did contact me on Monday, and he's disappointed that the continuance is needed, but I tried to explain to him there's a lot of moving parts. So yes.
Yes, well, go ahead.
Sorry,
Commissioner
I'm sorry. Did you call Commissioner Bradley?
Well, your hand's up, and you were started to talk, so I thought I would call on you. You have an ex parte contact report.
We will get better with the Zoom rhythm as this moves on. Sorry about that. But anyway,
We're never going to do Zoom again if I can help it. So
never know.
what about you?
Just from ex parte, I had a site visit with the applicant's agent, Ms. Macon, and months and months ago, and I think I disclosed that at some point earlier. But I went to the site visit yesterday and I saw the placard, so I know everything should be instead now. So anyway, that was it.
Good, that's reassuring. Anyone else? Well, I'll report that I had also a phone conversation with the applicant a few days ago, very emotional on his part. So I think that Commissioner Freeney stated it well, that there was some disappointment, but we're moving on. So there we are. Okay, well, let's have a staff report.
We need to have the motion, do we not?
Oh. I keep on going out of order. I would move to continue it as noted in the staff memo yesterday to the February 11th date. I don't have it in front of me. Is it the February 11th date?
It's February 1st.
February 1st. I apologize. So that's my motion to move this item to the February 1st agenda.
Good. And I'm sure there's a second.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, and now just for the record, though, getting back to any kind of staff report on what we have now that we've read this into the record and made our party disclosures. I know we want to get the motion on, but let's proceed methodically. And is there any staff report on this item today?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Mr. Dargle. So we have Sean Archbold that's available online. He can add to anything that I have, but there was a noticing issue that we identified and the placard wasn't posted. And so with that has been corrected and it will be ready to be presented on February 1st. So that's the request, is that the commission continue this to February 1st as you've moved.
Okay. And again, just for the record, Mr. Villalobos, I heard you correctly. We have no public comment on this item?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, then let's proceed with our motion that's been heard. I mean, that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Then let's proceed with a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley?
Aye.
Commissioner Freeney?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Chair Park?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you. Are we ready to go to the next item?
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, sorry to interrupt so much. Would it be possible to go back to Director's report? Director Plowman had additional information she wanted to share. If you'd be so willing to entertain us going back to Director's report briefly.
Well, I think since she worked so hard over the holidays, we should give her a little break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I failed to check my schedule, and these are things I already know, and I think it's just too much time at the looking at structures that need to be repaired. But we have an HLAC designation of Rocky Nook Park as a historic landmark on the 24th of January that's going to the board. That's kind of a controversial project because neither Public Works nor CSD are supporting that designation because of the restrictions it puts on them to address issues along the right-of-way there and maintenance of the park. So that will be on the 24th. And then, of course, the objective design standards that is on your agenda today will be on the 24th of January. So excuse my faux pas and forgetting to mention those things.
That's actually pretty interesting from HLAC. Okay. Is that all about the bridge or what's it? Who knows?
I'm not deep into the details on it, but I know there are improvements that need to be made to that area, at that particular bridge that crosses Mission Creek. And then as you take the road up to 192. And so there's been some controversy about that.
We always find controversy in this county, whether we need it or not. So here we are. Okay. Well, let's go on to item number 1, which we'll handle second.
The County Planning Commission will conduct a public hearing and consider making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding ordinance number case number 22 ORD 10 to the County Land Use and Development Code. The ordinance amendments will provide for implementation of a streamlined review process for qualifying projects that meet the criteria for streamlined approval of an affordable housing project under Senate Bill 35. The ordinance amendments will also establish objective design standards for multi-unit residential and mixed-use housing projects, including those subject to design review restrictions under SB 35 and the Housing Accountability Act.
Right.
So
I would imagine we would need ex parte disclosures on this item. But if somebody feels that they need to make one, go for it. Doesn't sound like it. I've had what seemed like innumerable ex parte discussions with staff and members of the Board of Supervisors, and so be it. We'll sort it all out in the wash. Okay. And you had something you wanted to say, Director Plowman?
So I'm going to introduce the item because it's a little bit odd. We don't have a staff person presenting today. The individuals that worked on this over the break include Travis Seawards, Jeff Wilson, and myself with help from council. So the three of us are here today to work with the Planning Commission on it. And really what I wanted to say is an introductory comment, and it's information in the staff report and information I've tried to share with the commissioners. The reason this has been moved forward so quickly and was prepared over the break without a lot of review or any review by our BARs or exposure to the public is that because we are not going to be able to submit our housing element or adopt it within the time frame set by the state, there's a period of time where the county is exposed for projects that could come in through a particular section of the Housing Accountability Act. And it's very important to have objective design standards in place that a project like that would be subject to. We can subject them to some discretionary ones, but the law is very unclear about how they're applied and whether or not they make them economically infeasible. So it's just much safer for us to have clearly objective standards in place. In addition, we've seen a number of new state laws that have come through that have created a ministerial process where we can only apply objective design standards for affordable housing or supportive housing. And we have been sort of managing our way through that process over the last year and a half to measure those projects against the current objective standards we have, like height and setbacks and parking and landscape requirements, et cetera. But these will really benefit us in reviewing those types of projects as well. This is not the end of this process. This is the beginning of this process. We have reached out to our chairs for the North, Central, and South BARs to talk to them about it. This is only for the inland area. We did not have time to process changes for the coastal zone area, and that takes much longer time frame to get into place, but we eventually will need to do it because of the Coastal Commission review. And then we will also be adding them to the Montecito land use development code. But as I said, this is the beginning of a process. We'll be applying these. We can massage them, but we do need to get them in place as quickly as possible so that we have them available to us to review projects that are either subject to a ministerial permit or projects that can only be reviewed under measured against objective standards. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
There not appearing to be any questions at this point in time. I'm sure there will be more.
Sure.
I actually want to add a little to your introduction. And I know that's unusual that the chair would be doing something like that at this point in a hearing, but it's an unusual item. And it may sound presumptuous of me, but I've had a lot of discussions with various folks on how this hearing should proceed. One concern we all had was that members of the public, members of the BAR, others might say, oh my gosh, you are hurrying with this thing. You're rushing it through, and we don't have any time to comment and really do it right. And I think that Director Plowman has illustrated to you how important it is to move this thing along. And that's really, it got initiated by a special board hearing right before Christmas. Sometimes at the Planning Commission, we try to perfect an ordinance before we move it on to the board. Somebody might remember, I think we had about 7 hearings on the Ag Employee Dwelling Unit Ordinance, things like that. Or maybe it was the Hoop House Ordinance, whatever. But this is not the ordinance for this. This is not the day for this. This is the day to move this thing along. People will have ample opportunity to make their comments before the Board of Supervisors when it reaches there. We hope it reaches it soon. It's purely a legislative item. The authority rests with the board. We don't really have authority other than to make recommendations. So I believe our goal today, and it's what I'm going to try to accomplish, is to hear it out, get the recommendations we can, and then move it on quickly. One thing that has concerned me a little bit is how to handle comments on the design standards, the specific ones. There will be, is it something like 75 standards? Somewhere in that range, I believe. And what I've come up with for how we'll handle it today is if we have someone who is making comment and they literally sit on one of the boards of architectural review or one of the chairs, I'm going to give them more time, okay? Because they're in a sense like we planning commissioners, and of course you'll have all the time to speak, and like staff, they're connected to the county planning apparatus, and I want to give them more than the usual 3 minutes because they're acting in their official capacities. I'd hope that they could make their comments in less than 10 minutes, but we'll see, and there may not be any. For the rest of the public, I do want to limit you to our normal 3 minutes, and we'll move on. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or questions about the way I want to proceed with this? Okay.
I do, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm late getting my hand up.
It doesn't matter. I don't understand how that works anyway. So you just.
I am concerned that this is going to be a little bit of a lengthy hearing, and would just like to request that we take a break either now or at some opportune point during the hearing.
What I was going to suggest is that we at least get the staff report started, because we don't really have a written one, so I don't have an understanding what it's going to look like, but we get the presentation going. If it comes down to the point of going through each of the standards in detail, then I think we need to take a break before then. And what I'm hoping to do is get it started, take that break, and then hear by the end of the break what public comment we will have, and will we have any of these longer presentations from people sitting on our BARs. So the answer is yes to your point, Commissioner Cooney. It's yes, you're absolutely right. We should take a break, but let's not take it right now. Let's get into how staff will present this, and then we'll take a break either during or right after that.
That sounds great. Mr. Chair, so what we have for you today is Mr. Wilson is going to be making it's unusual, we know, as the secretary, but this is how we've had to set it up for a variety of reasons. So he will be making the PowerPoint presentation that summarizes the changes in the changes in our ordinance, establish these objective design standards. What I did want to say is that we are not embarrassed to say that we reviewed many other jurisdictions' standards, and in fact used the city of Golitas as a basis for this, which will be presented to you today. We reviewed it, we took some out, we modified some to be more appropriate for the county. But I wanted you to know that many of these standards have already been adopted by other jurisdictions and have been well vetted through their processes. So that's a beneficial thing, because I know that very experienced design and planning firms prepared them for them. And so these are not unusual in any way, or untested, I should say. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Wilson, and he can make the presentation, and then Mr. Seawards and Mr. Wilson and I will be available for any questions.
Well, thank you.
Chair and members of the commission. I'll proceed with the presentation, and as Director Plowman indicated, this is a high-level overview of the material that's presented in the staff report and in the attached proposed ordinance amendments for you today. And as she indicated herself, Director Plowman and Mr. Seawards is available to answer any questions. I'll proceed with the presentation. Please bear with me. I'm actually in the Santa Maria hearing room. Given the presentation that's being run in the Santa Barbara hearing room, we're all remote. So we're going to try our best to navigate technology. To begin the presentation, this ordinance amendment package is going to accomplish two things. We're proposing to add 2 additional chapters to the Land Use and Development Code. The first chapter is going to outline procedures for streamlined application review for those projects that are qualifying housing projects under Senate Bill 35. The other chapter that we're proposing to add to the Land Use and Development Code is to provide objective design standards for multiple unit residential and mixed use housing developments. And that will allow us to review projects that require compliance with objective standards under state law. So that's the objective of what we're trying to accomplish with these ordinance amendments today. And as way as background, I apologize, Mr. Tuttle in the Santa Barbara hearing room. I'm going fast as lightning, so I'll cue you to go next slide. So you could, go to the next slide. Thank you. So as way as background, the intent of SB 35, as we are familiar with, was to facilitate and expedite construction of housing. And part of the parameters of SB 35 indicates that those projects would be processed with an administrative approval, which means little or no personal judgment by the reviewing authorities, and also no subjective design standards. So that leads us to where we're at today, is implementing objective design standards for the county. And what we've done is it allows local jurisdictions to create and implement those design standards. And as indicated in this slide, that means that there's no personal or subjective judgment. They're uniform in the way that they're reviewed or referenced and applied to everything. And then they're available and knowable by both the applicant and the public official prior to submittal. So it puts everybody on the playing field of knowing what they're applying for and what the standards are. And so they're going to be published and adopted by ordinance and resolution prior to submission of an application. So that's the goal that we're trying to accomplish, is to establish objective design standards for those SB 35 projects, and establish that procedure. Next slide. As I indicated earlier, the first chapter that we're proposing to add to the Land Use and Development Code is Chapter 35.31. And as I've indicated, that is to establish procedures for a streamlined ministerial review for those qualifying projects under SB 35. We're proposing that the permit would be a zoning clearance, which is ministerial and non-appealable, and it would be statutorily exempt from CEQA under that section listed there, 15268. And then the qualifying projects would be subject to the review and approval by the director. Next slide. Next chapter, I'm sorry, the next chapter was, or is being proposed as chapter 35.33. And that's where the objective design standards are going to be housed. If I can say that, no pun intended there. And there's going to be 5 sections in that chapter. And the way we've broken it down is establishing the purpose and intent, focusing on the building designs, site design, objective standards, and then specific standards related to mixed use development, and then standards that relate to like service or utilitarian elements. Next slide. So we focus on chapter 35.33, which is the objective design standards. What we're focusing on is only in the inland areas. So as Director Plowman indicated, we will be returning later to make adjustments to the coastal zoning ordinance and then also make amendments to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code as well. This is the first step in that kind of evolutionary process as we adopt objective design standards, review and evaluate them. What we're focusing on is multiple unit residential and mixed use development in all zone districts. That development that we're indicating constitutes housing development projects under the Housing Accountability Act, under SB 35, supporting housing under AB 2162, and then other multi-unit residential or mixed use where the county is required to be in compliance with objective design standards as well. So that's an important point that I wanted to highlight. There's a number of housing laws that are coming out fast and furious, and there's this trend where there's a requirement to evaluate those and process those with objective design standards. And that's what part of the objective that we're doing right now is to get these in place to put the county in position to be able to have some type of review and oversight or overview of these projects. And that would be against objective design standards. And later on, Director Plowman and Mr. Seawards maybe add a little bit more information on that. But as I indicated, that these objective design standards would apply to those projects under the Housing Accountability Act, SB 35 and AB 2162. And then moving to the next slide. As I indicated before, one of the sections that we're proposing to add is related to building design. And this establishes objective design standards that relate to those items listed on the slide. One of the things that we've seen on projects that are being processed or have been processed by our department is without these objective design standards, it's difficult for us to provide guidance or direction on development. And so these objective design standards would help with building designs related to like the building form. One issue that we've been talking about internally is like the massing and articulation, dwelling unit entrances, how the windows and door placement would be, materials and colors, any design standards for parking structures, if at all, in the county, and then garages and carports. So it creates an opportunity for our department and the county to evaluate projects against these standards. And they focus on the building facades, roof lines, the window placements, and other items related to that. Maybe the next slide is, there's also this section related to the site design. And as listed on this slide, that deals with how the building is placed on a site, how it's orientated, where the vehicle parking and access will be placed, how we address pedestrian and other non-vehicle circulations through those sites. There's standards related to open space and as well as landscaping. And we're focused on, these standards are focused on, how that building is going to be placed in relation to the streets, how the best areas and places for parking to be located, and how that relates to any proposals for common space requirements and how that landscaping. So it kind of helps us put that puzzle piece together on these housing developments and relate to, so there's like a uniform way throughout the county that they're being processed and that's objective. So the developers know coming in what those requirements would be, and they can design their projects related to that. The other section I want to highlight is the section related to mixed use standards. And these are for those projects that have mixed commercial and housing development on them. And it relates to establishing objective standards for like floor height, ground floor transparency, how we address facing the streets and setbacks related to that, and entrances when you're facing the street. As indicated on this slide, we're focusing on like specific site building and ground floor entry requirements, where bicycle parking would be, and walls and fences. One of the things that I wanted to highlight on these objective standards, we are introducing bicycle parking requirements for multi-unit mixed use. That's augments what's currently in our land use and development code. We have also addressed objective standards related to other items that, as far as like screening for trash and recycling, green water, container enclosures, green water. I don't know if that's correct. Then fences and walls, and lighting and screening of mechanical equipment. So the land use and development code has some of these standards already, and there's some cross references for where those standards exist in our land use and development code. So that way we're building upon existing objective standards and augmenting those where needed. One thing that I do want to highlight in the chapter related to the streamlined housing in their chapter 35.31 is the removal of a formal design review approval process, because these are against objective standards. So one of the sections that we've added in 35.31 is that these projects, qualifying projects, would be exempt from a formal design review process, because of the time period that we're allotted to review these and approve those by state law. Having these objective design standards, those design review would be done by the director or designee, and if they meet these design standards, then we can move those through those processes to meet the requirements of state law. And moving forward in the presentation, this proposed amendments will be found exempt under section 15061B3 as indicated in the staff report. And then in conclusion, our recommendations today is to make the required findings for approval of it. That's attachment A of your staff report, including the CEQA findings, and then recommend that the board determine that this ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, as indicated earlier, 15061B3, and adopt a resolution recommending the board adopt the ordinance. That's attached to your staff report and attached to your resolution. That concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back to Director Plowman for any additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Great job on presenting that. It is a very detailed document, but I think the presentation covers it at a high level of what it addresses, and we're happy to answer any questions of the commission.
I'm going to step in and state that I'm making a little bit of a change in how we would normally handle these things, just because of the sort of emergency nature of this. I have some of my own kind of overall big picture comments and questions, but I want to reserve those. I asked Commissioner Bridley to speak first and ask her questions first, because she's been a professional in this field for well, I don't want to say how long, because that'll make her look like an old person and that she'll probably offend her, but for a very long period of time. And I rely on her for my understanding so many times on how normal things are, how abnormal things they are. And just, I would appreciate it if you would go first with your questions and comments, Commissioner Bridley, if you would do that.
So I actually don't have a lot of questions. I think these are very, very thorough. I probably have better comments under deliberations, and I am interested in hearing the public comment as well, because probably a lot of my comments are going to be hopefully striking a soothing response to how everybody is reacting to this. You know, reading this, I'm like, okay, what else? What other kind of control can the state take away from us? Let's just see what 23 and 24 brings, because it's a pattern that's happening from the state. I honestly don't have questions. I love the fact that staff caught it in the definitions and everywhere else. And I know that other agencies are, you know, I don't want to get into deliberations, but I can say that these are very, very thorough. They do appear to you know, line up with what Goleta did. I also saw some for the city of Ventura, and I think these are actually better than Ventura. So I think this is right on line with what a lot of other agencies are having to do. And I don't I think you've covered the timing. I'm sorry, because we're in questions. One question I had is the way the ordinance is written, it talks about anything that was deemed complete before 2026. It applies to those projects, right? Do I have that right?
Commissioner Briley through the chair. That is for a specific set of projects, I believe, that relates to the length of time that state law is in effect. And I don't know, Mr. Wilson or Mr. Seawards, is that the SB 35?
Mr. Chair.
It's item 35-31010B on page 2 of the proposed ordinance.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, that is correct. The reason why it's set that way is because that's a specific time, as Director Bowman indicated, that the SB 35 would be in place. So we're saying within this time frame is when the project's called complete before the 2026, when that state law may or may not expire, these set of rules will apply. And it's for the streamlined review and approval process for SB 35 projects.
Okay, so what about everything pending now? It's in determined complete and it's in some process of getting to a hearing. Do those get taken off the docket then?
So just to respond to that, when we adopt an ordinance, all projects that are in process, and maybe council will correct me if I'm wrong here, but all projects in process are subject to those standards until they're approved. So anything that's in the works, when this becomes effective, well, these will be applied to those projects.
So say there's a case that it was on, actually the cannabis dispensary case today, it's in a mixed use zone, right? So it went to an SBAR hearing and now these come into play. And so, well, it's not a housing project. That's a bad example. But say something's in process, it went to a BAR for concept review and these go into effect on board approval, then that case wouldn't have to finish design review. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that was my most valuable question for the public to understand, because I see we have some CBAR and MBAR people here. So just getting our hands around it is a big task. So I'm not sure if that's really what you were hoping for, Commissioner Park or Chair Park, but other than that, I don't want to get into questions about details on any of the specific design features because I'm not an architect. I think they're pretty good considering what it's doing is taking away discretion on the part of the county, right? That's where we are. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
I think Mr. Seawards has his hand up to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Director Palmer. I just wanted to add to what Commissioner Bradley was saying. Already, per state law, qualifying housing projects are only subject to objective standards now, de facto. So they're already being reviewed. The housing projects that we have been taking forward, we're not able to apply all of our subjective standards to their approval already. So these objective standards would be put in place to add that level of review and standards that we don't have now, if that makes sense.
And I would like to add that the projects that have come in under SB 35, many of those applicants have voluntarily gone from concept review to a BAR. So they'll still be able to do that if they choose to, but these design standards are quite specific, and they'll need to comply with those.
I was going to point that out in the deliberations, but I'm really glad you brought that up because there's one controversial case in the 2nd district where Mr. Thompson brought in something that was an SB 35 case. I think it was 16 or 17 units at excess Caltrans right of way right across from the
Patterson.
Yeah, you guys know, I forgot the address, but it's, low numbers in Patterson, and he didn't have to do it. And knowing the community as he does, he actually established a website and went to the neighborhoods and got some constructive feedback, but it was genuine on the part of the applicant's part. And as we see, and it just depends on your owner and your applicant. If they want to elicit community input, they're free to do that. They can do that. It might make their life easier as it goes forward. It might hopefully actually result in some good comments. In fact, if an applicant wanted to, they could voluntarily go to the BARs if they so chose, right?
They can. And we say that people can go for conceptual. The thing we have to be careful of is housing accountability projects are subject to 5 hearings, and BARs are counted toward a hearing.
Good point.
So that's just something we have to always keep our eye on now.
Okay. Okay, well, give that. Those were my only questions. I hope that set a good tone, and I really think that staff did a great job considering the timeline. And it's not, as Chair Park has mentioned several times, how we would normally like to see these things go, but we are again responding to the state's directive, and we're sort of stuck. So, thank you.
Well, I appreciate you going first. I think it was very helpful. Commissioners Farini, Martinez, and Cooney, do you have questions at this time you'd like to make or ask?
None.
Okay. I have a few, and then I'd like to take a break after that. First of all, I'd like to clarify something that I believe I know. If we're looking at builder's remedy projects, okay, those that are, in a sense, the allowability of those is triggered by not making these difficult state timelines on the housing element. In the absence of objective standards, as we have here under the Savings Clause under the Housing Accountability Act, isn't it correct, Mr. Wilson, Sewards, Ms. Plowman, that there would be no standards?
Mr. Chair, we have some existing objective standards in our code, but they're not to this level of detail. So, height, setbacks, percent landscaping, percent open space, those are all, they do exist. And there might even be some standards that are clear enough to be objective in a design guideline, but I'm more skeptical about that. So we do have some, but they're just not nearly as extensive as what we have today. And I think this document really gives good direction to developers. So what we have is very, very limited.
And I'd add something to that. I've taken several CEB courses, continuing education, the bar courses for my MCLE requirements just in recent weeks on this subject, and then read everything under the sun on it. And there's kind of lack of unanimity as to what exactly these state laws mean. In fact, the only unanimity is that they're ambiguous. And it's kind of unclear where your objective standards have to sit. And there's a sort of a consensus that, well, that'll all be decided by a judge. And if a judge sees reliance on objective standards being in your zoning ordinance and your comprehensive general plan, but your comprehensive general plan and zoning ordinance are specifically preempted under the builder's remedy statutes, it gets kind of circular, and you're safer to put them in a standalone ordinance like we're doing here. So I think that's really wise. But here's another question I have, and this may go to some of the things that will be stated on public comment. I understand the way that this has been framed so far as objective standards for these qualifying projects like SB 35, Builder's Remedy, et cetera, et cetera. But if a developer comes in with a project that they really like, it pencils out for them, it's their project, and it's not a Builder's Remedy project, it's not a SB 35 one, it's not otherwise one of these state rush it through projects, are they subject to these same objective standards? And does that also preempt the BAR process, or does that go back to the process that we're all used to and many are comfortable with? You understand my question?
So, Mr. Chair, something like, let's say the Solstra project up in, if that kind of, that new town up in Solomon Hills. So,
Yeah.
right.
And I point out that, talking about builders remedy projects, they either have to have 20% low income affordable or 100% moderate affordable. So not every project is going to qualify necessarily in one of these special streamlined process things. There are going to be other projects, and that's simply the question: do they all dispense with BAR review, and are they subject to these same standards, or is it we back to the way we've been doing it? So go ahead.
So it's kind of a complex answer, Mr. Chair, because the way the state has been designing the laws, there are like for single family development, we get a subdivision in with single family development. These don't apply. This is for multifamily attached housing and mixed use. But we could get a multifamily attached product that came in that didn't apply some percent of affordability. They're still covered by the Housing Accountability Act, and so it's not 100% clear, I would say. I think we can still put them through a discretionary process, but we cannot deny them and if they meet objective standards. So it's complicated. So, but we still have the ability, we still have a discretionary process, we still have BAR review, but where they're covered under the Housing Accountability Act, if there is a move to deny the project, we have to confirm that it's because they're not meeting objective standards. So that doesn't exclude them from that discretionary process. It just means if we're moving for a denial, we have to be very careful how we do that. The county, the decision makers.
Well, very good. I appreciate your candid answer to my question. And if you think this is all clear as mud that are listening here in the public, then contact your state assemblyman. We can't do much about it here. We're trying. Let's take a break now until 20 minutes.
Chair Park, I had one quick amendment. Has staff contemplated, this is all about architectural review and design. So is there any way that the staff could actually have like an architect as a contract architect on staff to help make some of these determinations to sort of bridge this gap since we don't have the BAR touch on it? Or is that a pipe dream because of staffing?
Commissioner Barley, through the chair, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, in implementing this, is there any room to suggest to the Board of Supervisors that they give you some budget to hire an architect and a registered architect to look at some of these cases for compliance with these design standards? Because I know that even me as a seasoned planner, I might miss some of these design standards in terms of looking at deep architectural drawings or site planning or whatever. Is that something that we could recommend to the board, that they give you some budget for a contract architect help at a staff level, so you're staying within the non-discretionary role?
Commissioner Barley, through the chair, that's a very interesting idea. I hadn't given that any thought, but I have no problem with the Planning Commission making that recommendation to the board. There oftentimes jurisdictions will use outside design consultants to help conduct review with objective standards. Because you're right, some of these things are very detailed and you need to be somewhat knowledgeable in that role. And maybe it's something we can work with our chairs of our BARs on. I don't know. It's something for us to explore, but it's a very good question.
I would just put that over there in the idea bit because look, Goleta Wilden does all of their technical plan checking for building permits, but they are considered the official building officials. So anyway, that's like a in between thing. It's a question, but it's in the idea bin, and I'm happy to take a break. Thank you for indulging me, Chair Park.
Okay. We're going to take a break now, but I want to explain something here. I want to take a 15-minute break. And it's not just because I'm cynical. I think most of our 10-minute breaks turn into 15-minute breaks, but I really want to take a 15-minute break. The reason I want to do that, I want to ask if you want to make public comment and you are a member of one of our county BARs, please contact Mr. Villalobos so he can report to me by the end of the break, okay, when we reconvene, as to how many members of our BARs want to speak, because I will let you go first and I will give you additional time, as I've said. But I want to know what the scope of that is at the time we come back. So if you'll please do that, I appreciate it. Okay. See everybody at 11:45, whatever it is, 11. Thank you.
Chair Park, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to resume.
I am. So what we're going to do next is, yes, we will do a public comment. And apparently we have no members of the BAR that want to comment right now. And so we'll just do the normal style of public comment. First, I'm going to ask a preliminary question of Director Plowman, and then she'll segue into a discussion of a tweak that staff is wanting to make to the ordinance under consideration. And we want to present that in simple form before we start public comment. It's only fair that you can comment on what's going to be considered and not have to learn that it's been altered once you've commented, I think. So my preliminary question for you, Director Plowman, if you will, is could you comment on the right to make a preliminary application under SB 330, one of our many new laws that keep coming down out of the clouds, and what impact that has on the urgency for the ordinance that we're looking at today?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Housing Accountability Act does have a provision, as I mentioned earlier, that allows landowners or applicants to submit applications that would not be subject to some of our zoning standards or our policies potentially if they made these projects economically infeasible. And so it's kind of an untested law, and it's starting to be tested around the state, this aspect of the law. And so that's why it's really critical that we have these standards in place now and before we receive applications on these items, so that we have some clarity about what would be required in terms of design for these projects. So I think it's really imperative that we move forward, and I'm very grateful to the BAR chairs. They've been working with us. I've been speaking with them, and they understand the situation, and I'm sure will give us feedback at some point in the future, but they've been very cooperative in understanding the existing situation that the county's in. So any questions about that?
Yes. Ms. Plowman, I do have a question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yes, please.
So are we heading for a multitude of litigation as to whether a project is actually unaffordable or infeasible? It seems to me that argument can be made in every case where the county is imposing any objective or otherwise conditions.
So, Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, it's hard to know whether we are. It's interesting that this aspect of the law had not been amended. There used to be a provision in the state density bonus law that was similar, where applicants, affordable housing applicants, and I represented some of them, would have to demonstrate that if they did not get the concession they were requesting, would make their project infeasible. And it was really a difficult process, and there was a lot of arguing back and forth between agencies and developers. And so the state went in and clarified the applicants these affordable housing projects no longer have to demonstrate this economic infeasibility. They just get the concessions. It made it much clearer. This provision of the Housing Accountability Act has not been cleaned up in that way. And really, we haven't seen a lot of projects processed under this aspect of the law. We're starting to see some things happen in Santa Monica and Redondo Beach, and those things will probably be tested in the courts, and so we'll know more then. We think that we have a good opportunity here to sort of foreclose that possibility by the adoption of these objective design standards, because we'll have things that are very clear that they have to comply with. And it will not be these discretionary standards that are making a project infeasible. So we think it's a real safety valve. I hope we don't see any lawsuits, but it's possible that we will see something.
Yes, I just was raising the concern that there is so much that the legal profession can seize on to represent a developer that the county's standards, regardless of how they're objective they are or how well they're enforced, would give rise to litigation. But that's down the line. I just looked through those lenses, and so I need to raise it. That's my major concern.
Understood. If there are no more questions about that, I do want to talk about a provision that we would like to add to the ordinance. As we were listening to the discussion and the questions prompted us to come up with some language we think would be beneficial to add to the ordinance. So Mr. Tuttle has that slide, I believe, that he can put up for the commissioners. But essentially what it is it's basically a statement that says that nothing in this chapter is intended to limit the county's discretion to apply conditions for the approval of a multi-unit residential project or a mixed-use project as authorized under the state law and code. And this is just sort of a protection for the county because certain projects under the Housing Accountability Act, we are still permitted to apply discretion and condition those projects. So we didn't want anybody to make the assumption that the adoption of this new ordinance was limiting our ability or limiting the county's discretion with respect to those types of projects that can be subjected to discretionary action. So we would like to add this section 35.33.01.c to the current ordinance and then forward that revision to the board. Happy to answer any questions.
I think it's very wise because it's explicit that we are not making an implied waiver in these development standards of the right to have discretion in projects that don't qualify for some of the special state treatment. But do any other planning commissioners have questions on this particular point at this time before we move on to public comment?
No, but could I see it? I just saw a glimpse of what the language was. Could I just see it one more time?
I would like to acknowledge that our talented counsel observed this and made the recommendation. So we appreciate him.
Is it possible, and maybe you've already done this, I know you were talking about emailing this out. Did you email it to the commissioners or was it an internal thing?
This has been internal, but we can certainly email it to the commissioners.
I think that'd be a good idea because we'll have time before we vote on this. And there will be another opportunity for people to comment in deliberations or ask other questions. So I would appreciate if you would email that out to Commissioner Martinez and the other commissioners. Okay, seeing it up there on the screen, does that provoke any questions at this time? Or should we move on to public comment?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and you'll get an email with this so you can look at it more carefully. All right. Well, let's move on to public comment. What do we have, Mr. Villalobos?
We don't have any speakers for this item, Mr. Chair. We just received that one comment letter from Ms. Brooks that I distributed to the commission yesterday. But in terms of the meeting today, I don't have anyone who signed up.
Well, that's amazing, and and there we are. So, then the next thing we do, I think, is we go into deliberations. And would any of my commissioners like to, ask any further questions of staff? But I think that you've had that opportunity just a moment ago, and staff has had the opportunity to address any concerns they've heard so far. So let's just proceed with deliberations. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Commissioner Bridley, because I asked you to.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry. Well, what happened to Commissioner Bridley? What happened to everybody? If you're
I didn't
speaking-
want to.
Okay, there you are.
Here I am, but I kind of got my initial points out during questions. So what do you prefer, Commissioner Chair Park? Do you want me to start, or Commissioner Cooney has his
If
hand
you
up
have,
too?
you have something else to add, why don't you go ahead now? You've got the floor.
Okay.
What was comforting to me, and what I was relying on you, is to look at those standards in detail, which would be Greek to me, but you've seen them all before, this kind of thing. And I kind of heard your comment, they weren't so alien, and they were the kind of thing you've seen before, and so forth.
Okay, I can.
Yeah.
I can be relatively brief because, we had a really good discussion during questions. So again, the way I see this, and actually I was paid a lot of attention to the comment letter we had from Citizens Planning Association. A little disappointed that they're not on the call to hear this discussion, but their demographic in that position, and we've seen it from folks like WeWatch and a lot of concerned citizens. That's how I grew up in the planning field. What my camera is like not helping me. So I am a little bit alarmed with how the state is forcing us to do all these things, but yet that's what's happening. And like I said during the questions. So given that fact, I appreciate staff's incredible work in less than a month to put this together. I think they're very defensible, and they're as good as we can get given the fact that it wasn't even on our work program. And I think it's going to protect the county in the best way possible from having, ghost projects like under the builder's remedy come in. I mean, there are a lot of other factors about whether the builder's remedy is going to be deployed here, including land values and other things, but that's another topic. So I think that the outline of them is very good. I appreciate the tone and the concern as expressed in the CPA letter, and probably what many citizens may be thinking about once they hear about these, from their neighbors or, friends in the development community. However, we have to do something. That's what staff has provided for us. And they can be amended. I really appreciate that staff actually included that in the staff report, just like with our cannabis ordinance. Look, that came out, and then how many amendments did that go through as we got through the process? So we have to do it. It's not my favorite thing. I am upset that our discretion is being removed, but I can't do anything about it. None of us can do anything about it. So I think this is the next best effort, and I think it's a very admirable product, and I would support it just as drafted.
Very good. Thank you. And Commissioner Cooney, I know you've seen over a decade and a half of oddball things in our process, and you probably never cease to be amazed at what else can come down the pike, including all these state housing laws. But what are your thoughts on our process here and otherwise?
Well, I'm sure I share the views with my fellow commissioners that the planning process, as we learned it and implemented it and recommended to the Board of Supervisors time and time again, changes, restrictions to make a project better, and listen to the neighborhoods involved, and tried to capture that in the recommendations we made to boards. And we weren't always successful, but there was a full debate informed by the review process that our boards of architectural review gave us to rely on for their input. I like that process. I think it's led to better development, and I don't agree that necessarily has restricted the building of additional residential projects. I think that's being thrown up, that if you want to have everybody live in a particular type of home, you say the process is too difficult. I don't agree it is. But having said that, I think it's a big mistake, like some jurisdictions have done over the past few years, just put their heels in the ground and say, we're not going to follow the dictates of Sacramento. And if you want to do something about it, tough. I don't think we have that option. And the work staff did in a hurry to give us a possible way to slip through the conflicting goals is remarkable. And I want to support staff in this effort and urge the board to do so as well.
Thank you for your comments. It's something to behold. Okay, Commissioner Freeney or Commissioner Martinez, your thoughts?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Park. I agree with my fellow commissioners there. I think they summed it up very well. And staff there again is to be commended for getting this document out in such a timely manner. And I think, again, no matter how much time we spend on it, we won't get it perfect. We have learned that on getting other items through. And but at least I would say this is a very healthy start. So I'm ready to move forward and support the item.
And if I may, Chair Park?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Martinez.
Good morning, everyone, first of all. No, I echo everything that the fellow commissioners have said, and thanking, commending staff for the work that's been done, and I do support of what's being brought now before us. I guess it just bellies the question of kind of off of what Commissioner Cooney has indicated, is you can either dig your heels in against what Sacramento is dictating, but besides doing that, which we're not doing, is how can we communicate with Sacramento from our point of views as to saying, this is the implications of what is happening. I'd be more interested in hearing in the future. I don't expect it now, but as to what, if anything, can be done from the County of Santa Barbara, I would say, for at least our perspective. Thank you.
Okay, let me make a few comments. I'm very uncomfortable with the need to have to do something like this. It's just that knowing all the statutes, statutory changes and tweaks of long existing statutes, the county just has to do something. Like I said earlier, it's a lot I've studied and taken courses on. There really aren't clear answers. Which makes it all the more difficult. Just recapitulating the timeline. I mean, I started hearing about this, I think it was the beginning of the week before Christmas, and spoke with some members of the Board of Supervisors. By Wednesday, they're having a meeting and giving direction to staff. By the next Monday, the Monday after Christmas, our staff is working extra hours on getting something together. And then by the beginning of the week after that, there's a draft being circulated, and here we are. So they've done their very best possible job under difficult circumstances to answer questions that aren't really very well asked in the ambiguities in the state statutes. So there we are. I think this is the best way to go. And I appreciate everybody's work on it. So I support it, and it sounds like we don't need further discussion unless any of my fellow planning commissioners have something else to add. Do any of you have something to add? Then let's go. I think
Director Plowman has her hand up there.
I'm still not getting hand raising thing.
Mr. Chair. What I really wanted to say was I just wanted to commend Mr. Wilson, Mr. Seawards, and Mr. Pettit for doing, take the laboring oar on this I came in at the end and worked with them to tune it up a bit, but they did a lot of very hard work over the break, and so I just really want to thank them publicly.
Well, it's well deserved. Okay, and Mr. Wilson, you have your hand up as well.
Mr. Chair, before we make a motion, I would just like to provide some direction or recommendation. If the Planning Commission would like to include that language that we had on the screen, then I would ask or recommend the motion maker indicate in that last section there to recommend the board adopt an ordinance, Exhibit C with attachment C as revised today to the LUDC. Just add the words as revised today if you want to include that language that Director Plowman highlighted earlier, if the commission wants to include that.
Well, let's keep that slide right up on the screen, and then I'll invite someone else. Because see, I don't have to do this now as chair. Make motion. I can ask other people to do it, and you better do it, or I'll call on you. But so, who would like to make the motion to wrap up this gift today?
Okay. I'll do it.
Yes. All right, go for it.
I'll do it. As much as I kind of hate it in my soul from being the generation I was in community planning, I'll do it because of all the reasons I stated. So I make a motion to make the required findings for approval as provided in attachment A, including CEQA findings, and recommend that the board make the required findings for approval of the ordinance amendments. 2, to recommend that the board determine the ordinance case number 22 ORD allotted 00010 is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to 15061B3 of the guidelines. And 3, adopt a resolution, attachment C in our packet, recommending that the board adopt an ordinance, Exhibit C1 to attachment C, to amend the LUDC, which is case 22 ORD 500010, Chapter 35 zoning of the Santa Barbara County Code as revised at the hearing of January 11th, 2023.
That was very well done. This will from now on be known as the Bridley motion. Okay, and everybody will blame you.
Thank you, oh God.
Then we'll see if anybody will now volunteer to make a second.
I'll second.
All right, you're very brave too. Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Then, Mr. Villalobos, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yes. Well, thank you all for working together on this difficult subject. We got it through. I was afraid we'd be doing this at 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll be doing something else at 8 o'clock tonight. Okay. Well, let's go on to our next item, which I think is number 2 on our agenda, but we'll be hearing it third. Do we need any kind of break so staff can set up?
Can we just have 1 minute?
This is Secretary Wilson. Can we take a 5-minute break real quick?
Yes, we can. Let's take a 5-minute break.
ready to resume the next item.
I am. Actually, before we do the next item, I want to make an announcement that I should have made at the end of the last item, but bear with me. Hopefully I'll get better, not worse. I realize that some of you may feel a little worn out, especially staff, by dealing with these state housing mandates. But, it's just the beginning. We're going to be processing the housing element. We're going to be processing housing projects that are impacted by these various state laws or taking advantage of them. And so, get ready. And for those policy wonks that just can't get enough of the chaos of these state housing laws, I want to tell you that I will be teaching a course along with Dan Clemon, our former Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, and Jay Higgins, a former member of the City Planning Commission and also longtime private planner. It's going to be on January 24, Tuesday. I think it's at the School of Law in downtown at 12 for an hour and a half. And it's entitled A Brave New World, an update on the radical changes in state housing law. And we'll be going through the issues you heard today and a lot more new laws, because there's just dozens of them. And organize them by topic, try to get some understanding of them, talk about whether they're making a difference or not. Are people bailing of them, and what's going on in the city as well as the county, and those kinds of things. And it's set up so that lawyers can get credit for their mandatory continuing legal education, and planners are invited to come and they get credit, or is it AICP or whatever it is.
Right.
And so it could be a fun, rousing discussion, and you're all invited. Okay. Well, let's move on to our next item. I think on that item, we have time to hear a staff report and the applicant's presentation, and then look to be taking a lunch break. But let's go ahead and get started. Could you announce the item, read it into the record, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of property owner David Garrity to consider appeal case number 22 APL 16 of the director's denial of case number 22 CDP 9.
And commissioners, if I could, I think this is Veronica King's first time in front of this commission. So I just wanted to introduce you to Veronica King, the planner.
Well, very good. We don't start people off easy, do we? we throw them into the water with sharks and icebergs.
Good hand. She's wonderful. So,
well, very good. We're looking forward to it. Do we have any ex parte contacts that planning commissioners want to report?
Yes. Just quickly, I was doing site visits this week, and I just talked to a tenant at the property, but I haven't had any applicant, and I didn't even get her name. But I have not talked to the owner, applicant, or any other party. That's all.
Okay. Any other ex parte contacts to report? All right. Let's hear from Ms. King for a staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Veronica King, and I will be presenting the appeal of the director's denial of the Garrity Garage Conversions project. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The subject property is outlined in red. It is located at 6794 Trigo and 6793 Pasado Road in Isla Vista and in the coastal zone. The property is a 0.17 acre parcel zoned SRM 18 and is currently developed with a 1,944 square foot single story duplex and 2 attached 224 square foot single car garages. The existing duplex was permitted in 1960. Here are some photos of the site. The photos on the left are of 6794 Trigo, and the photos on the right are of 6793 Pasado Road. Here is the site plan. The project is a request for a coastal development permit to allow for the conversion of 2 single-car garages into dining room additions for an existing duplex. The garages to be converted are shown here in blue. 2 uncovered parking spaces are proposed to replace the lost garage spaces, shown on the site plan to the left of the proposed dining rooms. Here is the floor plan. Again, here are the garages to be converted on either side. Each unit has 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and 1.5 bathrooms. These are 4 rental units, and the appellant does not live on the property. The appeal you are hearing today is an appeal filed by the applicant, David Garrity, following staff denial of the CDP on June 29, 2022. The decision to deny the CDP was based on the following determinations. First, the application includes the conversion of non-habitable garage space into habitable space. Therefore, the development constitutes a change of use that triggers a recalculation of parking requirements, meaning the project will need to adhere to current Article 2, Division 6 parking standards. Second, 2 parking spaces are required per bedroom in the SRM zone. Since the existing duplex has 6 bedrooms total, 12 parking spaces are required to bring the parcel into conformance with current parking standards. The project only proposes 4 spaces, which does not meet the standard. And lastly, the project would remove 2 covered parking spaces from the parcel. Since the existing duplex is already legal nonconforming and deficient in parking, removal of additional spaces would further exacerbate this issue. In the first appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the project does not constitute a change of use, as residences and garages are both residential within the same residential use category. In response, county staff has determined that while garages and residences are both permitted uses in the SRM zone, they are listed as separate uses in the permitted uses section. The project creates a change of use when converting garages, which are considered non-habitable accessory residential structures, into newly habitable space of the principal dwellings. Therefore, the project does constitute a change of use. In the second appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the zoning ordinance specifies that with a change in use, the number of parking spaces shall be recalculated. Shall be calculated for the new use only, and that dining rooms do not require parking. In response, staff has determined that the ordinance requires a recalculation of parking spaces upon the change of any use, not just for new uses only. Further, the new use in question is the principal residential use. Converting garages into dining room space is converting non-habitable garage space into habitable residential space. Since the project would add square footage to the existing duplex, the parking requirements for a residential use in the zone shall be recalculated. In the third and final appeal issue, the appellant argues that the parking ordinance is confiscatory and unconstitutional, as it is an unreasonable and oppressive interference with existing nonconforming uses. The appellant contends that the only way to bring existing buildings in the zone into compliance is to remove bedrooms, and to do so would be unreasonable. In response, staff has determined that the regulation of residential parking is consistent with the county's police powers and ability to regulate land use in the county. Although many of the properties in Isla Vista are legal nonconforming with respect to parking, including the subject lot, the requirement to recalculate the required parking and comply with current ordinance standards is specifically triggered by the change of use. As proposed, the project would further exacerbate the nonconformity by removing the existing garage parking. Otherwise, they could maintain their legal nonconforming status with the current spaces provided. The denial of a coastal development permit request is exempt from environmental review based on Section 15270, projects which are disapproved of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. Staff recommends that your commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for denial of the CDP, determine the denial of the appeal and denial of the CDP is exempt from CEQA, and deny de novo the CDP. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Do we have questions of staff?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you, Ms. King. I had a question about the site plan, and I'm not sure, I know you included that on one of your slides. If we can just go back to it. I had to really zoom into it online. Thank you. So, in fact, I'm going to look at it on, since this is the one advantage of being at Zoom, I'm going to look at it on my computer. But for the 6794 Trigo, there's a note about a garage, you know, directly north from the driveway. And I'm confused about that drawing. Can you help me understand that? Because I know there's the garages on either end of the building, and those are the ones proposed for the dining areas. But what is this garage remnant on 6794 Trigo? And I don't know if you can get it any bigger, but or circle it with your mouse so everybody can see on camera.
Yeah. Right there. Right click.
Right.
See that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, I believe that just says grass rather than garage.
Oh, well, that's far simpler. Okay, then I'm not confused at all. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Very good. Anybody else have questions of staff? Okay, so it's my understanding that our applicant wants to submit his testimony by video today and has a 25-minute video. Wait out this siren here. So we'll play that video, and the applicant communicated through his assistant, through Mr. Villalobos, to Commissioner Cooney and me as well, as to would this be okay? And we thought, yeah, but at 25 minutes, that's the time you're going to get, you know. So that'll be your time for your presentation and rebuttal. And if there's an absolute need for some rebuttal, I might give him another minute or something, but that'll be it. So we'll do that right now. And then we'll be just a wee bit past the lunch hour. We will take a lunch today because we have a whole nother project to do. But what I want to poll my fellow commissioners on in about 25 minutes or so is, do you think you're kind of ready after you hear this to get it resolved quickly and be done with this item before we take lunch? Or will you want to take lunch before we...
And I am the appellant.
So we'll now ask the appellant to make their video presentation.
And I'm an Isla Vista. I'm going to walk you through this. Hi, I'm David Garrity, and I am the appellant. And I'm an Isla Vista. I'm going to walk you through this place. I've got the parking standards here. You can see that the unit behind me has got a garage conversion. They're done. I also have a number of other properties in Isla Vista where I've gotten permits to convert the garages into usable space and have had no problems. So I'm expecting that I'm expecting not to have any problems out here with getting this approved. Anyway, so the parking standards. The summary has been incorrectly and illegally applied. And the quick summary here is there is no change of use, therefore there is not an, there is no change of use, therefore increased parking is not required. If you Google what constitutes a change of use, and this is just my quick summary and then I'll get into the details, I came up with a Canterbury earthquake memo, Flagive versus City of Dana Point. Section 35106, Article 2 is not enforceable as currently written. Edmonds versus County of Los Angeles, Miller versus Board of Public Works, Clemens versus City of Los Angeles. Wilkins versus City of San Bernardino, Hanson Brothers Enterprises versus Board of Supervisors. Number 3, it's the non-conforming uses may be expanded. Hanson Brothers Enterprises versus Board of Supervisors, McClaskin versus City of Monterey Park, Halico Engineering Company versus South Central Coast Regional Communications, Goat Hill Tavern versus City of Costa Mesa, Harrington versus City of Davis, Indira versus Culver City, Alaskan versus City of Del Mar. And I am in front of the subject property here. I'll walk you over there for 30 seconds. It is that one. The gates are closed and it's Christmas break, so we can't really go in there, but we'll walk around and see the other one. So in 2004, thereabouts, I did get permits to replace there was a dining area in the dining area, and I got permits to add bathrooms into each one of those apartments and to bathrooms in laundry areas. So for about the past, 18 years or so, I've lacked having any type of a dining area in that house, which has made it very difficult. And I need to keep up with other neighboring landlords and keep my places up just like everyone else does. And I really need to provide a place, more habitable space for these people to live. The other thing is they're very upset because I don't include those I don't include the garage spaces with the units because I've had problems with people using that as habitable space. And so the tenants are upset because it sits there vacant, and everyone knows now that there's a real need and a push for housing. So the planning department has acknowledged that I can convert these garages into ADUs. So here I'm going to shoot it behind me. That's what we're talking about right there. That's the duplex. That's the other half. That's the Passato side. And so I got a letter from the planning department that allows me to do that, but I don't want to turn it into an ADU. I just want to have a dining area. I don't want to do that. And I think I'm allowed to. I think that it's just been incorrectly applied. The county planning department has denied the housing project due to inaccurate interpretations of section 35106 article 2, which states upon any change of use, the number of parking spaces to be provided shall be calculated according to the requirements of the division of the new use. I assert that what constitutes a change of use, from all of the planning jurisdictions, all changes of use must be predicated upon a change of occupancy. There has been no change of occupancy, therefore there is no change of use. The duplex is still a duplex, even if section 35106 article 2 and any change of use, which would be more encompassing than the word the duplex remains. There has been no change of use. It is still a residential duplex. In the zoning code, use refers to a very specific code of, for example, residential, commercial, agricultural, industrial, manufacturing. This project has not changed its use, and therefore it is not required to provide additional parking for dining rooms. The planning makes a statement, since the application includes the conversion of non-habitable garage space to habitable space, the development constitutes a change of use, meaning the project will need to adhere to Article 2, Division 6 parking standards. I assert the planning department is incorrect. No change of use has occurred. Therefore, the duplex is in conformance with the neighbors, and the use regarding parking. The use before and after is still the same. It's still student residentially zoned. Therefore, I assert that there is no requirement to upgrade the parking and add additional parking. Only new additional bedrooms would require additional parking, as there has been no change of use. Therefore, the 12 parking spaces required by the planning department is incorrect. The following example was found on the internet and demonstrates that the other planning jurisdictions would not consider a garage conversion a change of use. Second, it acknowledges that the resident who used the garage as a home office does not mean the resident has changed that use of that of that. They have not changed the use by using it as another thing, other than a garage. Some examples of change of use are, okay, here, it's in quotes. These examples were prepared to provide practical assistance following the Canterbury earthquakes. They focus on temporary relocations, but may be considered examples of permanent change of use. Example 1, a business owner temporarily relocates their office and staff to a residential dwelling. The current use of the dwelling is SH, single family home. The new is WL, working low. This change of use, because the activity or use has changed and the building requirements are more onerous for the new use. For example, under structural performance, there is a need to consider increased floor loads and or adequate toilet numbers under sanitary facilities. Therefore, the owner must notify the council of a proposed change of use. Note, business relocations may not always result in a change of use. For example, a sole trader decides to operate their business from a home or garage. This is not a change of use because the new and old primary use of the building remains SH, sleeping single home, and no other users of the building need be considered. That's the same situation we've got going on here. We got the same number of people that are living there. There's no change of use. It's the same. It's the same. Edmonds versus County of Los Angeles. The ultimate purpose of zoning is to confine certain classes of buildings and uses to particular localities and to increase all non-conforming uses. And to reduce all non-conforming uses within the zone to conform as speedily and as consistent with proper safeguards for the interest of those affected. Any change in the premises which tends to give permanency to or expand the non-conforming use would not be consistent with this purpose. And that's Dente versus County of Monterey. Article 2 requires the removal of bedroom housing to make the existing housing conform to that section. The majority of existing properties in Isla Vista, the majority of existing built properties in Isla Vista to conform to section 35106 of Article 2 would need to reduce their densities by over 50%. No court is going to agree that half the housing should be removed from Isla Vista. It is already built and should not be required to be removed in order to conform. Section 35106 of Article 2 requires the removal of existing housing as no additional parking can fit per the code. Downsizing Isla Vista is a downzoning Isla Vista in the way it is written is not legal. So a lot of these duplexes are all the same. They're case number 2, Miller versus Board of Public Works. The constitutionality of the principle of zoning is no longer an open question, and restrictive regulations in the field pursuant to a municipality's comprehensive and systematic plan of community development, when reasonable in object and not arbitrary in operation, will be sustained as within the legitimate exercise of police power. My position is that when reasonable in object and not arbitrary in operation, the parking code, as enforced, makes the entire zone district non-conforming, essentially making the majority of that existing housing illegal and requiring removal of bedrooms from Isla Vista. It is completely unreasonable to be required to remove bedroom housing in Isla Vista. There's no way that it is reasonable, and therefore it is illegal. It is not reasonable to make the entire zone in Isla Vista non-conforming and require removal of most of the housing from Isla Vista in order to conform to the current parking standards. Clemens versus City of Los Angeles. Courts may differ with zoning authorities as to the necessity of an enactment, but so long as it remains a question upon which reasonable minds may differ, there will be no judicial interference with the municipality's determination of policy. No reasonable mind could agree that existing bedrooms in Isla Vista should be removed in order to be compatible with Section 35106, Article 2. It is not legal or reasonable to be removing bedrooms at this time. Removing housing is the only way to bring the buildings in the zone into compliance. This argument could be expanded, but it is a general knowledge that there is an anti-growth movement still in existence, but there is no political movement to actually remove existing housing that is already in place, except for Section 35106, Article 2. In determining whether a non-conforming use is the same before and after the application of a zoning ordinance, each case must rest on its own facts. Case number 4, Wilkins versus City of San Bernardino. An examination of the California decisions disclose that in the case in which zoning ordinances have been invalid and unreasonable as applied to particular property falls roughly into 4 categories, where the zoning ordinance attempts to exclude and prohibit existing and established uses or businesses that are not a nuisance. The zoning ordinance, this zoning ordinance here, the zoning ordinance attempts to exclude and prohibit existing established uses or businesses that are not nuisances. So the housing out here is not a nuisance. And the zoning code, per the parking regulation, is trying to exclude and prohibit those existing uses. It's existing uses because we already have the bedrooms here and their parking was changed. It's excluding existing uses. In this instance, the housing is not a nuisance. The entire neighborhood is zoned student residential. The zoning code does not try to change that zoning. Only the parking code does. It is clear the parking code, as enforced, requiring 12 parking spaces, prohibits existing and established businesses that are not a nuisance. The housing is not a nuisance. The parking code is unreasonable and should be stricken. All the existing housing with 2 parking spaces per unit are not nuisances. The proposed dining rooms are not nuisances. It is not about whether the parking is a nuisance. The parking could be regulated. It's the fact that they've tied it to the bedrooms and to housing, and they're restricting the housing. Section 35106 of Article 2, as being used by the planning department, requires the removal of existing bedrooms, not the creation of additional parking. The purpose of non-conforming zoning is to remove the non-conforming use from the zone as quickly as possible. It's to remove the existing use, which would be removing the bedrooms. In Isla Vista, it is physically impossible to create more parking as per the regulation. Therefore, the only way to conform to Article 2 is the removal of existing bedrooms. As the bedrooms are existing and established business that are not a nuisance, the parking regulation is invalid and unreasonable as applied and illegal. The purpose of Section 35106, Article 2, was to prevent and restrict additional housing from being built. It prohibits existing and established businesses that are not nuisances, and therefore it is illegal. Case number 5. Illegal garage conversions are a public nuisance, not a change of use. In Flahe versus City of Dana Point, without obtaining the permits, the property owner converted a garage into 2 apartments, which was a violation of the city zoning ordinance. The court found this constituted a public nuisance. Garage conversions are public nuisances, not a change of use. This relates to the case, and the garage conversions are to residential use are not a change of use, as both are residential. The Planning Commission is... Case number 6, intention to use in its entirety. Hanson Brothers Enterprises versus Board of Supervisors. The court put forward this test. Prior to the time of the zoning change, the owner had the objective intent to use the entirety of the property. The owners certainly had an intention to use the garage and to use it for things other than parking long before the zoning changes. The current residents are complaining that they cannot use the garages for storage. I do not allow the residents any access to the garage, but instead, I'm storing some of my stuff there. The planning department counterstaff has said the garages may be used for other purposes as long as no physical changes are made. But the statement is obviously a violation. Their viewpoint was not, and I should correct, I've only got some things in one garage. The other one is sitting totally vacant. Their viewpoint was not that what was legal, but how hard it would be to enforce. For instance, how hard would it be to prevent a party in the garage every Friday and Saturday night? When I purchased the property, one of the garages was used as a workshop. When people buy or rent a house, they expect to use it in its entirety. Owners might use a bedroom as a home office or a garage to store surfboards and lawnmowers. It is still all residential use and in community with the neighbors in the same zoning. The next case, Hanson Brothers versus Board of Supervisors. Municipalities may only adopt reasonable measures to achieve uniformity. Isla Vista already has uniformity based on the prior original zoning code, and that required 2 parking spaces per unit. Most of the zoning district is developed using the prior code. Requiring additional parking is not a reasonable measure to achieve uniformity. It is an attempt to limit future growth, building, and housing. Therefore, Section 35106 of Article 2 is not legal. The next case, number 7 or 8. In McClaskin versus County Mount Airy Park, the court stated the nature of the use of the business contemplates the continuance of such use in its entirety without limitation or restriction to the immediate area. In regards to the garage space, residents use the space however they want as long as it is residential, so the underlying law is the same. Case number 8, vested rights to expand. In Halico Engineering versus South Central Coast Regional Com, the court allowed a settling pond to be expanded by a scrap recycling business as a vested right. In comparing the Halico court decision to the garage permit, the takeaway is the vested right of a business to continue and expand. Mr. Gertie also has that same vested right to use a garage as a dining room, even if it is considered an expansion. Case number 9. Expanding non-conforming use. Goat Hill Taverns versus City of Costa Mesa. Fundamental vested business right to expand non-conforming use. In this case, the tavern owner expanded his non-conforming business by adding a game room. The tavern case, adding a game room, is similar to converting a garage. In the tavern case, the judge ruled the owner has a fundamental vested right to continue operating his established business. Certainly the owner of a rental property in community of other rental properties, all which are substantially similar in zoning conformance, has the same right of expansion. Regarding the application, converting a garage is no greater an expansion than a tavern game room. The prior dining area was converted to a bathroom and laundry by me 18 years ago. I now want to replace a dining room using a garage as a dining room when a prior dining area has been permitted for a bathroom and laundry. The continued gradual maintenance of providing housing is a priority. Case number 10, same original character. In Harrington versus City of Davis, conversion of residents to a professional office, the court approved as the proposed use of the same general character as the other permitted uses in the area. The garage in question becoming a dining room and relocating the parking spot outside would also be a proposed use of the same general character of other permitted uses. The existing duplex would, before and after, be the same general character as it was before and in keeping with the neighbors and the zoning. A change of use is a material change and an abandonment of the prior use required. The residence having a dining room versus a garage is not a material change. It is still a residence, hence there is no change of use. There has not been a change in residence. It still has the same number of bedrooms and the same requirements as the existing neighbors. Courts will allow changes within the same use category, Government Code Section 65800. Therefore, no additional parking is required. Case number 11, right of expansion, subject to the 3-part test. Indira versus Culver City. In Indira versus Culver City, the court found unless changes additions are dissimilar, enlarging, or more permanent, they will be allowed. Dissimilar. A dining room is not dissimilar in a residential zone. Dining rooms are common and allowed per current code. The use is the same, and the people living in the residential, in that people living in the residence will still use the area. The area is still residential use, zoned student residential, and the building meets that code. Enlarging. The building footprint is the same, so the use of the garage as a dining room is not enlarging. The space is always being used, whether it is used as a garage or a dining room. More permanent. There's no change to the building structure, so it is not more permanent. Case number 12. Alaska Land versus City of Del Mar. As long as the requirements of the variance are met, the municipal code making the expansion of non-conforming structure unlawful to expand were struck down by the court. This is very similar in that the state has passed multiple accessory dwelling unit laws. The court is going to look at those laws and see the dining room fits within the state ADU laws, similar but not greater standing, and will approve the dining room permit. Here is an email from Veronica King. Hi, David. As discussed in my feedback letter, the current project does not meet Article 2 parking standards and therefore cannot be approved as proposed. One potential solution is to convert both one-car garages into ADUs, which would only require replacing the parking for the 2 parking spaces lost through the conversion. Bringing the project into compliance with Article 2 standards will allow me to approve the project. If you would like to move forward with the existing plans, the application will be denied. With the denial, you may appeal to the Planning Commission review as your plans as proposed. Any appeal of our decision to deny the permit will be to the Planning Commission, not the Board of Supervisors. Would you prefer a formal denial of your CDP application as proposed, or are you interested in working on a redesign of the project to comply with the ordinance standards? I'll be happy to set up a meeting. I will be happy to set up a call and go over this with you. Thank you, Veronica King. So I can do an ADU, apparently, from the letter from Veronica King. I don't want to have 2 ADUs. All I want is a dining room. And I can just relocate the existing space that's in the garage outside the setback. I can put it outside the setback there. Doesn't seem like it should be that big a deal. Case number 13, Paramount Rock Co. versus County of San Diego. In this case, Paramount lost, was not able to expand. So we're not always able to expand and do what we want. I agree. In this case, but the facts of this case are that the rock crusher that they wanted was $186,000, and the pre-mixing they had was $65,000. The Paramount case shows that a 3-time existing expansion in a neighborhood that is zoned agricultural is not a reasonable expansion. So those cases is not what we've got going on here. In regards to the Isla Vista duplex, there's no doubt that there's a limit to the degree of expansion allowed. I agree with this. In 2004, the dining room was changed to a bathroom and laundry. Using the garage now as a dining room is a very small expansion. My son was born here and did not get into UCSB for the fall of 2021. I would be happy to have my son live in any of my apartments here in Isla Vista. He did end up getting into NYU, and he is there in Brooklyn, and his rent is $6,699. He shares that place with 3 other tenants. The rent I'm currently collecting here in Isla Vista is $4,500 a month. $5,400 a month. I need to rent these places in Isla Vista and provide housing to the people here, just as I need to rent a place in New York for my son. How's my hair? Anyway, I think we're good. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Bye.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting way to do things. Mr. Villalobos, what public comment do we have on this item?
Chair Park, we have one public speaker on this item.
So we have one public speaker, which will be 3 minutes, and we have, of course, any reaction from staff and deliberations from members of the commission. Members of the commission, are you inclined that we take a break right now for lunch and return to this item, or do you think that we can deal with it readily and then take lunch after that? What's your preference? Commissioner Cooney.
Mine would be to complete this item rather than going back over it an hour from now. I think we can get it all done by 12:30.
That's kind of, and what do you think, Commissioner Bradley?
I agree.
Okay, then while the presentation is fresh, let me ask staff if you have any immediate reaction of something that you need to clarify. I guess not. And then let me ask that we go ahead with our one item.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, sorry. No, staff doesn't have any comment.
Yeah, and we can ask you a few things when we're before deliberations, and I have a question for you. But let's go ahead to our public comment then.
All right. Our speaker is Jean Turner.
Hi, this is Jean Turner, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the Garrity Garage Conversion Project. Another neighbor, Mr. Murdoch, and I submitted letters with our viewpoint on Mr. Garrity's proposed project. He is taking away a parking spot by converting the garage into living space. So I do believe it is a change of use. Also, when I read through his appeal, all of the cases that he cited none of them were in the coastal zone. So I think, there's some special requirements. Isla Vista is a very high density place, and there are probably countless illegal garage conversions and whatever else. Mr. Garrity does an excellent job of maintaining his property, but there's not to say that a future owner might decide to use the dining room space as bedroom space. And, I've seen Isla Vista. My family moved there in 1962, and I've seen it grow from a very sleepy community to one where there's inadequate parking. It's a safety issue. Every student, pretty much every student has their own car, and there just is not enough parking. It's a hazard. The fire aerial ladder truck has a difficult time maneuvering through there. They actually come through twice a day, and there's certain areas where they have to back up and turn around in order to try to access the various units there. They practice there. I disagree with Mr. Garrity's statement saying that the Division 6 Article 2 parking requirements are confiscatory. He has a legal non-conforming lot. He has 3 bedrooms. This is not taking away from his property. It's legal non-conforming. And the property there already occupies more of the lot than it should. It's legal non-conforming. A standard SR2 lot or SRM 18 is 10,000 square feet. Each of his is 7,075 square feet, I believe. So I just wanted to, state too that the lack of adequate parking is more of a nuisance than anything else. So that concludes my statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Turner. Does staff have anything else to add?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think we will just wait and respond to any questions you may have.
Okay.
We have heard the applicant's testimony, and we'll stick with our analysis as presented in the staff report.
Okay, then let's ask our questions of staff that any commissioners have now. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff? And I see that Commissioner Cooney has his hand raised, if I'm learning how to use Zoom. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just will comment that the manner in which the applicant's case was presented, while novel, was much more difficult to follow than it would be if we were in the same room. I started taking notes on the cases to possibly look at some of the support, but it really isn't the point in my view. So unless Ms. Richardson has comments about any of the cases or distinguishing, I'm prepared to move on to deliberation.
Yeah, I kind of had the same reaction to the presentation that you did. Commissioner Bradley, what question or comment do you have to say at this point in time? We'll move into deliberations in a moment.
Okay, well, on that same note, I'm just wondering if I read the cases and I actually researched some of the cases in the written letter in the packet, but today's far exceeded that. And so I'm just wondering if County Council had any reaction as well.
Sure. Chair and commissioners, it was a little hard to follow. As Commissioner Cooney said, I started writing down some cases, but it was tricky to do that. I will say overall, I heard a lot of mining or mining related cases that are treated differently in terms of legal nonconforming and expansion that's allowed. So those are generally pretty distinguishable. It's a different situation. And then for other cases, it sounds like most of them were likely based on specific language in the codes of those jurisdictions and whether the court found that the jurisdiction could or could not do something. So I think there's a lot of discretion here for the commission. Staff has made a recommendation, but the commission has discretion to interpret the same codes in a same or different way.
Thank you.
Ms. Richardson, while you're there, let me ask you that's the same question, but just in a different way. Okay. And I sometimes tease people about this. I remember as a practitioner decades ago arguing with staff about an interpretation of the code. And they admitted, well, there was really nothing in the code. I said, well, then what are you relying on? Well, it was the lore of the planning department. Well, okay, there we are. But here, what I'm going to ask, the determination that this conversion of a proposed conversion of a garage to a dining room, one, do you believe that is founded in language in the ordinance?
Chair Park and commissioners, so I would defer a little bit to the planning department on all the grounds for where they came up with their recommendation. It is based on code language in the ordinance, and they've set forth their interpretation, and then the commission could look at the same language and make a different determination.
Okay, then I'll ask the same question of Ms. King in a moment. And do you believe that determination is supportable?
Commissioner Park and the rest of the commission, currently I think there is substantial evidence to support that. If the commission wanted to take a different path, then we'd recommend a continuance and we would evaluate whether there's substantial evidence to support a different determination.
Okay, Ms. King, I hope you're listening, and I want to ask you more or less the same question. The determination that you made on behalf of the department that this conversion of the proposed conversion of the garage into a dining room is it founded in language in the code? I'm not asking you to address all of the dozens of cases that we heard about in the video. I'm just asking you, did you have something in the code that supports that determination?
Chair Park, yes, it is in the ordinance.
Okay. Well, I have no further questions. Does anyone else have questions? If not, then we'll turn to deliberations. And by the way, I'm not hearing anything from Mr. Garrity requesting rebuttal, and I think that he had such a complete discussion of case law and so forth, and there was really nothing added by staff they hadn't said earlier. That I don't think there is a necessary rebuttal, so I'm not going to do that. All right, well, let's turn to deliberations. And because it is your district now that Isla Vista has been inherited into the second district, gives you a lot more to do this year, Mr. Bradley. So what are your thoughts on this? Start us off.
Yeah, well, of all the areas of the county to inherit, this one is a challenging one, right, Commissioner Perk? So I appreciate the applicant's efforts in going through all that citation of litigation, and I did read the letter. I have a couple observations that are right before I'm going to get to my position on the case officially, which is his video was filmed in December. And when I went out there twice since that time, there was actually not a single place to park in the entire 2-block radius around this property. So that when I was there yesterday, I honestly pulled into the driveway because I couldn't put my car anywhere else. So he's filming it in December when everyone's on break and it doesn't look so bad. Secondly, because he filmed it in December, that means he had the option of having all this material submitted well before today's hearing, or at least by the end of the break, and giving our county council a chance to look at it. But all that being said, that's just circumstantial, and it's to the side of it. In my opinion, and I really appreciate staff's work to include the Board of Supervisors memo, which is decades old, about this situation in Isla Vista. It is a very, very tough part of our community. It is completely deficient in parking community-wide. I actually support staff's position to hold the line in terms of this conversion of use of a garage. And again, as a side note, in my work with jurisdictions in many areas of the Tri-Counties, a conversion of a garage is absolutely a change of use, if not under a zoning code, although some do interpret it that way, certainly under the building code. It is not the same habitable occupancy. It's not the occupancy category. So I don't find any of the arguments which Mr. Garrity feathered in under that basic premise to be persuasive in any way. And therefore, I am very much inclined to support the action recommended by staff to deny the appeal. That's it.
There you go. Anyone else want to make a comment in deliberations? Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, I would like to say that I've read this report and staff's report several times before even today, and I find the report to be very thorough and understandable, especially with the parking restrictions. I understand the concepts that go, especially in the area that we're talking about, and I would say even just from my own experience in regards to how many people can occupy a premise or location, dining rooms are included when you do that calculation of square footage for habitable space. And I support the recommendations of staff. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Freeney?
Yeah, I support staff's view on this. I do think it's a little bit tough, I would say, probably for the applicant. He's going, hey, look, I just want to convert my garage to a dining room, and if I convert it to an ADU, I'm going to lose the parking anyway. So I just kind of from a basic point of view, I understand that, but that's not what the ordinance says. That's not the what staff has to follow. So I think staff has made the right findings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garrity's considerable effort in terms of legal research is admirable. It does remind me, however, of numerous cases where if the law's not in your favor, see if you can argue by logic. because the law is not always logical. And I think it would be interesting to hear a judge in our position. I really don't have any doubt that the reasonable minds could differ, but I feel in this case the interpretation that has been made by staff and by our legal counsel is far the better position, and I'd support that. Support the current status of the application, which is appealed to us, and uphold that appeal. Uphold the decision that staff has recommended.
Okay, I'm going to just add 2 points. One, I learned in trying so many cases that there's always numerous arguments about the law. I'm not inclined to spend hours and hours researching each case that was cited to see if it's even relevant and what it says. I'm comfortable here that the necessary work has been done by staff, both in our county council and our planning staff. I always looked for, when I was trying a case, because I always wanted to win them, in oral argument, and I always tried to get across that my position was the common sense position and the common understanding. And there is kind of a common understanding, I think, that exists with non-conforming uses, that if you expand it, if you change something, then you're going to subject that use to current law as opposed to the law that existed at the time the use was initiated. And so I'm comfortable with staff's interpretation here. I think it does make sense. I think that a very interesting point was raised by Mr. Garrity about the right to build an ADU. Basically, a garage conversion would be a junior ADU under our statute, and that's a good point. But that argument essentially here is that, well, if I could do this anyway under the ADU law, then I ought to be able to do it without the ADU law or do something very similar. And that goes to Mr. Cooney's point about arguing logic. I get that argument, but that argument, if one were to accept it, would open a Pandora's box, because there are so many changes and potential things you could do under ADU law. For us to say, well, since I can do it under ADU law, I ought to be able to do it without ADU law. I'm not inclined to go there. So that argument, as interesting as I think it is not compelling to me. And so I'm inclined to support staff on this one and to deny the appeal. Is anyone wanting to make a motion? And I would hope that would come from the 2nd District. It's your day.
You're muted, Laura.
We can't hear you.
I appreciate everyone's comments about that, and I thought the same thing, Chairman Park, because I'm actually facing something like that in another agency. But with that, I would actually move to support staff's recommendation, which is right in front of me, which is No, where's the motion? Where's my motion that I can recite?
Commissioner Riley, we can put it on this. We can put it on the screen.
Thank you.
There
we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so my motion would be to deny the appeal, case number 22 APL 00016, and make the required findings for denial of the coastal development permit, determine the denial of the appeal and denial of the CDP as exempt from CEQA, and deny de novo the coastal development permit, case number 22 CDP 00009.
All right. And is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
I'm not sure who that was, but I hope
that was Cooney.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further discussion of members of the commission of the motion? Then, Mr. Villalobos, would you poll us? Roll call.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Then we're going to take a break till 1:30, and then we'll return and address the Kono Fukushima lot line adjustment matter. Thank you.
Chair Park, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to start with item number 3.
Well, very good. So I welcome everybody back for the afternoon session of our January 11, 2023 hearing of the County Planning Commission. And our next item is number 3 on the agenda. It's the 4th item we take up today. And Mr. Villalobos, will you go ahead and read that item into the record?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Excuse me. The following is a hearing on the request of Yoshio and Barbara Kono Surviving Trust to consider case number 21 LLA 6 and to determine the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15305 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. Well, let's start by asking if anyone has an ex parte contact to report. What about you, Commissioner Cooney? It looked like you were about to say yes, but no.
Yes. I don't know if it's showing up correctly, but I just had one disclosure. I went out, I believe on the weekend, and looked at the property from Villa Real, and intended to go back and take a closer look by driving inside, but Villa Real was impassable yesterday, so I'll have to delay that for another time. I did not communicate with anybody.
Okay. Anyone else have an ex parte disclosure to make? Well, if not, let's go to our staff report.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the proposed lot line adjustment case number 21 LLA 6 today. Okay. Your Commission is hearing this item because per Chapter 21, Section 21.6, lot line adjustments within the rural portions of the county that propose to exceed 10% increase or decrease in a parcel size are heard by the Planning Commission. So this project involves a lot line adjustment between 2 parcels zoned Ag 110, and they're located directly adjacent to the city of Carpinteria off of Villa Real. So existing lot 1, which is currently 16.48 acres and is developed with, greenhouses and associated structures approved for commercial cannabis cultivation, and that was approved by case number 19 CDH 19 in 2020. That parcel also has an existing single-family residence, a detached garage, and an avocado orchard. And then existing lot 2, which is the southern lot, that is 4.39 acres and only contains an avocado orchard, but no structural development. The map on this slide shows the proposed configuration. The adjustment would transfer 3.27 acres from lot 1 to lot 2, resulting in the proposed lot 1 being 13.21 acres and the proposed lot 2 being 7.66 acres. The project will allow for a better estate planning. So here again is that proposed map. It's just rotated to give you a closer look at the configuration. Once the parcel 2 increases to 7.66 acres, it will include the existing single-family residence, the garage, and all of the avocado orchards. Lot 1 will only include the cannabis operation, but no new development is proposed. As conditioned, the project would comply with the requirements of the county comprehensive plan. There are adequate services on site, and the minimum allowable lot size within this zone district is 10 acres. So as part of the project, existing lot 1, which is currently 16.48 acres, will decrease to 13.21. So lot 1 will comply with that standard. However, existing lot 2, which is currently 4.39 acres, will increase to 7.66 acres. So lot 2 will still not meet the minimum acreage. However, it will not decrease the existing non-conforming lot size. The project is also consistent with Article 2 and Chapter 21, which is the subdivision regulations. Both lots are in active commercial agricultural production and will remain so after the adjustment. Currently, both parcels take access from the existing road, which takes access from the neighboring property to the east. However, all of these parcels are under common ownership, so they do not currently require access easements. If and when any parcel is sold in the future to different ownership, an access easement will be required, and this is included as a condition of approval number 4 in attachment B. The project is categorically exempt through CEQA section 15305, allowing for minor alterations in land use limitations. The adjustment is located on relatively flat parcels and will not change the density or create new parcels. I'd like to add a quick update here. 2 of the findings of approval, 2.1.1.2 and 3, incorrectly state that the existing parcel is 16.42 acres and will decrease to 13.15, whereas in actuality, the existing parcel 1 is 16.48 acres and will decrease to 13.21. So these 2 findings will need to be revised to match the project description. However, staff does recommend the following: make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A of this staff report and revised at this hearing, and include the CEQA findings. Determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15305, and grant approval of the project, case numbers 21 LLA 6, subject to the conditions included in attachment B. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Hey, do any have questions? It looks like Commissioner Cooney, your hand is up. Do you have a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that's an old expression. I'm off.
So it's an old hand. All right, we're old hands at this job.
Just like the rest of me.
Yeah, there you are. So does anybody else have a question? Commissioner Bradley does.
Okay, so my fundamental question is why, and if we want to wait until the applicant makes a presentation, that might help. I mean, I'm not sure that staff needs to explain it, but then secondly, does it cause changes to the cannabis permit, the CDH permit, now that the lot is less? How do you capture that in the cannabis permit that has an ongoing enforcement case with it?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I guess your initial question would be better for the applicant to answer. However, quickly, I can explain that the applicant has provided information basically expressing that the project is better for estate planning. And so it kind of relates to your second question regarding the cannabis. If and when the owner ever wants to sell off that cannabis property, they can maintain their residence and garage and orchards. And it'll be a cleaner, I guess, sell. And then with regards to your question about if this impacts the cannabis operation, we looked into that, and no, it does not. I did reach out to supervising staff who reviewed the cannabis case, and it doesn't impact the area, or if I should better say, there's no impact to the cannabis operation based on how large the parcel is. There is a required 50-foot setback from the cannabis operation to the residential property line, which is still being maintained. And one thing that we did go over with the cannabis supervisor was the cannabis case required, as part of a condition of approval, a security camera and security fence. And that has to remain on proposed parcel 1, which incorporates the cannabis operation. So based on the orientation of the proposed lot line adjustment, it does maintain that the security fencing and the security camera on parcel 1. And it's kind of hard to see, but there's a slight bump out. And that's to incorporate those conditions of approval.
Okay, so just really quickly, so the cannabis case is going to be there with its CDH number and stuff, but now the underlying project, the acreage of that has changed as, potentially as a result of this lot line adjustment. That doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, you could actually put a copy of the action letter for this case into that file and cover it in terms of anyone researching it down the road, right? There's no change in policy consistency or anything.
Correct, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. Yes, so I believe, and I do have a supervising cannabis planner here with me, but I believe that the cannabis operation, the important, I guess, acreage that's included in that project description is how large the greenhouses are and how large the actual operation is, not necessarily the size of the property. So that is correct. This won't impact the actual operation. We can incorporate, the new legal description with the action letter and associate that with both project numbers.
Great. That was my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Freeney?
Does he know he's muted? You're muted, Larry. Larry, you're muted.
You've given us the
Well, you told me now I'm all done, and I don't know if I can remember what I said. Okay. Ms. Null, thank you. Thank you for your clear and concise presentation. That's very helpful today. A question on so currently there's no legal access to the property, and you said they would record an easement at a later time. Why wouldn't that be done now as part of this project?
Commissioner, through the chair. So the owner of both of these properties also owns the property directly east of existing Lot 1. So technically you don't need access easements to interior lots if it's under common ownership. So currently it's not required that they have an access easement. However, it is a condition of approval to require one to be recorded if and when any of the parcels are sold off to separate ownership.
Okay, and since this is for estate planning, it sounded like, so when those move into different trusts, does that then trigger something like that?
Yeah.
Commissioner Farini, I'm sorry, go ahead, Katie.
I was just going to say, correct. If the trust is changed, that's a different ownership, so it would trigger that condition.
Okay, so probably going to happen at some point. And then when you do that easement, that doesn't come back to us, does it? It's just a more ministerial matter.
Commissioner, through the chair, no, it does not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I'm going to ask one. Ms. Null, I'm still struggling with the issue that Commissioner Bradley brought up on the cannabis permit. I'm not so concerned about the actual function of the cannabis operation, but the extent of the permit. So we had a permit issued that allowed all of Lot 1 to be used for cannabis. And now we're taking away part of Lot 1. Does the part that's taken away carry with it any rights under that permit? Is within the scope of that permit?
Chair Park, no, so not all of Lot 1 is used for cannabis cultivation. The cannabis project permits a certain amount of acreage of actual cannabis cultivation. So the entirety of the footprint is within Parcel 1. However, the 3.27 acres, which are being transferred to Parcel 2, are not within cannabis cultivation. Therefore, they are not pertinent to that permit, that CDH permit for cannabis.
So the project description for that cannabis permit specifies a certain number of acres that'll be used for cannabis. And it doesn't happen to fall within the piece of land that's being transferred now to the other parcel. And is that a clear statement in the project description? That's what I'm getting at. Is should there be an amendment of the permit for the cannabis project to make it clear that it now applies only to the and in fact it only allows the cannabis operation footprint to be within the revised land description, meets and bounds description for parcel 1?
Mr. Chair, when a cannabis permit is approved, it's the footprint of that permit is very clearly defined in the plans, and we also identify the total acreage. And so in this case, the footprint that was approved is fully within the new parcel 1 area. So I don't see the need to make any changes to that permit, as it will comply with the existing permit conditions.
Now, you just said in the project description also specifies the total acreage?
That is correct.
Because that's changing here, isn't it?
So to explain, so the total acreage of the cannabis cultivation operation it was not the same as the total acreage of the original parcel that's being.
Okay, so when you said total acreage, you were talking about total acreage of the permitted operation.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I just wanted to raise this issue. Sounds like you've already thought about it. I don't want to see somebody come back in a few years and argue with us about the scope of that cannabis permit, that somehow it was inherited by this newly increased parcel out in the front. Okay, let's move on. Do we have an applicant's presentation?
Chair Park, this is Brian Banks. I'm the agent for the Kono family. We also have John Kono, one of the Kono family members, in attendance. This is one of those rare circumstances where it is just as simple as it looks on its face. We did not do a presentation. Staff's done an excellent job of providing an overview of the project. And just the questions that yourself and Commissioner Bradley had, they actually go to kind of the solution that the Kono family was looking for. So if you look at, and it's unfortunate, Commissioner Cooney couldn't make it there because it in the aerial photo, perhaps Ms. Nall could pull up, the function of the lot line adjustment essentially separates the greenhouse operation from the family's avocado operation. And so it's kind of logical in its division. So you have the greenhouse operation and the cannabis off on its own doing its thing, and then you have the family's operation for the avocado. And again, for clarity for the future, there's no current plans of the Kono family to separate or otherwise to sell or otherwise separate the lots, but this was the opportune time to actually clean it up. We had to go through certificates of compliance, and took several years to get to this point. And I'll just add in conclusion, we did submit for a planner consult early on. Gosh, I think that was in 2000, perhaps 19, to sit with staff to make sure the proposal in front of your commission today would be fully compliant and wouldn't impact the CDH for the cannabis operation, because that was just in the process of getting approved. And we didn't want that operator. We didn't want to cause any problem with their approval by proposing the lot line adjustment and open up these kind of questions at that time. So that's the summary. That really, we do not have a presentation. And again, we appreciate staff's efficiency in getting us here. And like I say, John Kono is here if you have any questions directly for him.
All right. Does anyone on the Planning Commission have questions of either Mr. Banks or Mr. Kono? Looks like the answer is no. Do we have any public comment lined up?
Chair Park, we do not have any requests to speak on this item.
Okay. And does staff have any further comments to make now that you've heard from the applicant?
Chair Park, no, I do not. Thank you.
And applicant, I presume you have no rebuttal because you haven't heard anything to rebut.
No, we've reviewed. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We've reviewed the staff report conditions findings. We're in complete agreement, and again, we thank Ms. Nall for her efficiency in getting us here. Thank you.
Okay. Well, before we embark on deliberations, let me ask if anyone on the Planning Commission has any further questions of staff. Well, then let's start on deliberations. And Commissioner Cooney, since it's in your district, what do you think?
Mr. Chair, I was looking like all of my fellow commissioners for something that we could raise in opposition to the lot line. It was a little bit disappointing that we didn't find something. The staff report today doesn't really aim at anything. Our concern, mine and as expressed by the chair, is that this is somehow going to increase the ability of the property to grow cannabis. And someone could come in and buy the parcel that is sold off and have a larger operation. But I think staff has answered it. Nothing the applicant said or written has suggested a different alternative. So I really honestly can find no reason to oppose the request today.
Very good. Do other planning commissioners have comments to make in your deliberations? And it looks like Commissioner Bradley's hand is raised.
I just can't help myself. You know, I'm a little sad that that nice little avocado orchard is going away from the cannabis operation, because I always loved telling people that the cannabis farms were actually fitting in to existing agriculture. And there are some cases where there are other crops besides cannabis on a property. Maybe there are other cases like that, but it's certainly nothing that would stop me from not supporting the request. But I was a little sad to see it just go to plain cannabis. Although if I were the Konos, I would understand why this is a good move. So bye-bye avocados.
Well, and it may be those light avocados are more likely to survive as being part of the separate family-owned parcel than the cannabis parcel. So you never know. Don't feel too sad.
Yeah, good bet.
Commissioner Freeney or Commissioner Martinez, do you have any comments or thoughts? Okay.
No.
And I think I've expressed what I need to express. So Commissioner Cooney, are you willing to make a motion?
I am prepared to do that, Mr. Chair. As staff recommends, I would move that the commission make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A of this staff report, including California Environmental Quality Act findings, and determine that the project's exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15305. Grant approval to the project, case number 21 LLA 006, subject to the conditions included as attachment B and as amended at today's hearing.
Do I hear a second?
So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooney, just before we get a second, was it your intent to include as part of your motion the recommended changes to the findings that staff?
It was. I thought I was doing that by indicating all three of our actions were as of today's modification.
Okay, I just want to make sure the record was clear. Thank you.
No, I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Then, Mr. Villalobos, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Good. And do any of the commissioners have any further business to bring before the commission today? We have nothing else on our agenda. Okay, well, let's just a reminder, our next hearing is the 25th, I believe, of January, and it's in Santa Maria. So without further ado, the meeting is adjourned.
Good
Nice job, new chair, 23. Thank you.
Well, I didn't fall asleep on TV yet.